scope. Now imagine if I had my scope tipped like 45 degrees to the left, and I went to tip it up. It would fall off the tower, right? So I would get a different measurement at the top and than at the bottom.
Yeah, hold on 1 second, bro. My bad. What's up?
No, I was just saying, if I was to tip my transit like sideways, then as I tip my scope up and down, it'll, let's say I have it tipped to the left. As I would tip my scope up, it would move to the left of the tower. And so I would have, in order to find the top of the tower, I'd have
If
to tip
Earth was a globe.
right. No,
If Earth,
this is just if it's on a flat Earth. If I actually took my scope and I set it up improperly, then so let's put like a 10-degree tilt on the scope to the left. Now, as I tip my scope up, imagine you have a scope in your hand that's tipped to the left. Now, when you tip it up, it moves left. So your image will be to the left of the tower, which would mean that you would then have to swing the scope over to the right in order to get back on the tower, and you get a different reading. That would be an improperly set up scope. But you could tell that because you couldn't stay on the tower by just moving the one axis.
I don't get. So we got the vertical lines in the crosshair lined up on the first tower, and then we swing it over to the right tower, and it's 70 degrees between those.
That's a properly set up scope. If I was improperly set up, if I had it tipped, and I went from the bottom of the tower to the top of the tower, then you would see changes in azimuth.
Okay, but now what? Okay, we've done it. We have our scope lined. Our scope's good. Now what?
Well, now you can tell that every time I look at one of these angles, that it doesn't matter where I look on the object or my altitude. I'm just saying that that's not a requirement. I don't have to know the height of the tower or the distance of the tower in order to check azimuth. And azimuth is uniform from bottom to top.
So you're saying the point is vertical. We're looking at a vertical line. We're looking at vertical lines, right? Is that where? I'd like to just see this done, like an actual thing of it happening and exactly what they're doing and shit. Because I don't know.
Yeah, I wish I could show you.
Like I said, I spent 3 days on this in Gems one weekend. It was like a long weekend or something. I don't know. I spent 3 fucking days on this, and I couldn't get straight answers. The paperwork was a mess. They weren't even numbered. Like, it was just crazy.
Yeah, and this isn't something I'm going to do. I mean, these are minuscule angles that you're dealing with. So I mean, you could claim that the devil's in the details of the tiny measurements. But
well, they claim that some of them done over 100 miles, so that would have been a nice.
Right. But then what are you looking at? You're looking at these teeny little things, and they're wispy.
Well, you're supposed to be looking at a line somewhere. Like what? That's what I'm saying. When you pretend we're on the mountain with our scope, right? We're on the mountain, theodolite or whatever we're using, our instrument. We got crosshairs on it. What are we lining the crosshairs up to?
What are we lining the crosshairs up to? An object usually. Yeah. A tower, a structure. You could even do a rock formation.
And then they're getting an angle between that tower and another tower, and they're coming up with more than 180.
Whatever.
When they do that all 3 times.
Right. And that's the example of, you know, what would happen if I tipped my my transit, how it you can tell that a left tipping transit would tip to the left of the tower. That's
Yeah.
what's actually what the theory is of what is actually happening. It's that you have a different position at each tower, a different angle that you're starting from.
Yeah. That would mean that the towers, those towers, angled away from each other.
Essentially,
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
Picture you got a basketball and you put two toothpicks in it somewhere, but you have them level. You know what I mean? You have them plumb or whatever. If it was gravity and shit,
Right.
those.
Will in both places, I think you'd both be kind of tipped the same angle out. Like if you put toothpicks on a basketball and you put one far away from you on that basketball, and when you're looking straight at it, from your position, you'll be at the same angle, I think. This gets into that real
Yes.
fuzzy stuff. Where I need some
No,
soft-
no. This isn't fuzzy. The only reason this works is because those two toothpicks or two towers or whatever you're looking at angled away from each other, right? Otherwise, you would, if they weren't angled away from each other, you wouldn't get more than 180. The poles, the towers, whatever.
Right.
Right?
I just take my little
Or no?
globe, stick some toothpicks on it, and see what it looks like.
They have to be, or you're not going to get over 180. I don't think. I don't know. I don't see that. I don't see how you get over 180 if they're not leaning against the way you're going against each other. I don't know.
I think you could do this on a point also. You don't have to like do the length of a tower. I'm just saying that it's the 0 and the 0 is the same top and bottom.
Yeah, but that would tell us though if or not. I mean, that's a pretty definitive thing. Like if you can see the tower, like if you agree there's no left right refraction, and you have a line, like say you had like a tower or something, you shouldn't be able to straight up on that tower because the tower should be bending to the left.
Yeah, like I said, without having an electronic model of this, I'm at a loss to talk much further than it. I'm just talking conceptual at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. I'd like to see this done. They're looking at. I'd like to see like what do they see through their scope when they're looking at this? You know what I'm saying? Could you tweak it? Whatever you're looking at, right? The crosshair is going to be huge compared to whatever you're looking at when you're 50 or 100 miles away or something. You know what I mean? I don't know how much space, visual space, a crosshair takes up after that much amount of distance. It's probably going to be a lot.
I think they can get to a quarter arc second, whatever that works out to at 100 miles.
A quarter of an arc second.
I think that's
is how much the crosshair covers up.
It's how much precision you can get out of the equipment. Like the crosshair, like you can go just below the crosshair. You don't have to worry about the width of it. The crosshair could be centered just above a line. I don't even know how these things are set up, but you can get sub crosshair with precision of them, I believe.
No doubt. Well, I mean, you got to have your thing horizontal though, so definitely don't work if you're not horizontal. If you're going to tilt it off of
the horizontal is absolutely key to the measurement as far as I'm concerned.
Feel bad. I got Bacon to concede earlier that he didn't need to have it horizontal. I don't know. I thought maybe it was the way he was explaining it. I don't know. I feel like somehow you're explaining it better. I don't know. Anyways,
yeah, they don't have to be on the same plane, which he might have been, confusing that, saying that you have to be on the same plane. No, that's absolutely not required.
Like, I don't understand. You would have to go into the middle. Here's why they have to be bending away. Let me tell you right now why they got to be bending away. Because you got 3 poles in the air. Okay? Imagine you got 3 toothpicks sticking straight up out of a basketball. These are your 3 points we're using for the spherical axis.
Right.
If you go to the middle of that, and just look around you, you're on your same axis, you're keeping your horizontal, that has to be more than 180 degrees, right?
Yeah, this is where I'm again. This is where I'm getting a little confused about it myself.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Trying to do the 3D measurement in my mind is a little bit beyond me. Like I said, I just grabbed my globe and but even with that, how do I get my toothpicks straight up vertical with reference to their location on the globe?
Yeah, this might be something you want to do in 3D or something.
Yeah,
but
where it's got to be done.
But yeah, if there's spherical excess and then staying horizontal is key. Oh, the key is that you're changing your axis. I guess if you're just in the middle looking around you, it would just be 180 degrees.
Yeah, 360.
Yeah, if you just got in the middle of that triangle you made with the poles, went in the middle and just did a circle, they would just equal 180 degrees. It's because you're changing your. It's because they say you're changing your level every time is why it's
every direction I look on the globe. Yeah, I'm looking at my little globe here. I think that things remain, on the same vertical, but they're front and back. They do tip back from each other, I think. So in any direction I look, things tip away from you, but remain. Let's see if I get way over there. God damn, it's hard to do this. That's why I'm not a surveyor. I just don't have the 3D mind for it. I'm going to get myself toothpicks.
like, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty good evidence. I'd want to see it done though before I could jump to any conclusions. Like, what are you looking at? Because you'd have to have a very specific spot that you're looking at, because you could just have the crosshair to the left or the right. A little tiniest bit might end up giving you. Like, they had numbers for this thing. I went over with them for 3 days in gyms. They were quote unquote measurements, but they were actually just averages, and it was a weird type of average. It wasn't a regular average. There was like something. It was called a mean. I forget the name of it, but it was a weird named average, and yeah, I just wanted to look at the numbers. Like, I'm like, all right, let me just see what the numbers look like for the actual measurements, and they didn't have them. I like to see some real measurements, some actual. Like, I want to see what they're seeing through their lens.
Okay, with my toothpicks, and it's not the most precision thing in the world because I'm just trying to hold them vertical at 2 locations. Seems like anywhere I go on the earth, the only thing that changes is the amount they tip away, not their angle left to right. And I did that with half a globe away. So I put them 6,000 miles away almost.
Be tipping left to right, but you got to get more than 180 degrees.
Right. I'm just talking about the actual process of, when I look through the scope, I should, no matter how far away, that toothpick never, or that tower never tips left or right on me. It only
Yeah, I hear you.
away from you.
So that can't be why you're getting more than 180. Yeah. You're getting more than 180 degrees.
Yeah, now I would have to go with the dumpy level to see what happens if you tip the plane of your dumpy level, and start taking measurements. And I'd have to do it like with extremes, like assuming 6,000 miles.
What's up, kiddo? I'm cooking some crunchy taco hamburger helper right now. Get excited. Get excited, bud.
Man, where does your woman keep your balls?
What's up, bro? She's out home. She's out bringing home that bacon, bro. She does. No, she does good.
This guy's
One of
talking
us
about
is.
8G. I can't find really shit about 8G. I mean, it seems like there's with most of the Gs, like I said before, is Gs aren't really a network protocol per se. It's usually a speed. You know, they say, okay, we want to be able to do 10 gigabytes per second, and that'll be our 12th generation.
Listen, dude, I want to
But
know how they promise us all this fanciful stuff. I mean, I don't know. I used to love that Popular Science magazine. Remember that magazine?
oh yeah,
They would say, "Look at these jets and helicopters and all this stuff that's coming out that we're researching," and that shit never comes out, bro. They promised us all this fanciful stuff. Look at the Jetsons. They were doing it since we were kids. I thought we were gonna have flying cars my whole life because of Jetsons. Okay, it's not important. Shit didn't come. They're just not delivering. I feel like.
well, it really depends on who's also making the decision of what's coming and how much thought they've gone in there. Like with computers, there was a pattern of doubling the speed of a computer every 2 years or something.
Moore's
And
law.
then at some point, and at some point, it stopped. So if you made a prediction that we would have AI by the time it was 2022, you failed because we just don't have the processing power yet for that.
So what happened? Our processing power didn't double every 1.5 years or whatever anymore.
Right, we reached nanoscale challenges that are not easily overcome. You know, we got the components as close as they could get together, where the radio frequencies that you're generating on them wouldn't start jumping across the conductors. So it's just a physical hardware limitation that they're going to have to come up with a new and unknown technology to overcome it. Whereas for a while it was just if we can make this smaller, then it'll work. We can get more of them, and our speed will double. And if we can get it smaller again, then we can double our speed again. Now we're kind of fucked that now things have to start getting bigger to be smarter. If I'm going to double my speed, I got to double the chip size of my chip and double the power requirements.
Well, apple juice.
Nah.
Well, apple juice.
Now I got a big cup of water here.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to see what a one of these spherical excess measure people what they actually do, what they see, what they're seeing through the lens. You know what I'm saying? Like if you just tap your instrument a tiny bit, is it gonna be could it make the thing look like it's off? That's what I mean. Like, what are they lining up the crosshairs with? Well, you said if it's sub crosshair.
Yeah, as far as I believe they can get sub crosshair because I mean usually I think the crosshairs like I keep on hearing crosshairs or something around an arc second.
Yeah, but I mean, how much actual space is that in the distance, though? That's going to equal like a foot.
Yeah, I think at 26 miles, I think Larry was saying that he was getting the accuracy down to 1 foot.
Within 1 foot left or right for 26 miles.
I think in this case vertically, but yes.
Up or down?
Yeah, I think in this case, yes. I'm not positive.
Well, that's pretty good. But I mean, these guys are going out with the spherical excess joints. Some of those measurements I was looking at were, a lot of them were 90 miles and over. Some of them were 100. So that's going to probably get exponentially worse. What's up?
Hello.
What'd you say?
My son's calling.
Hello. It's just weird that when I went over that shit with them in gyms, they didn't have like the actual measurements. Like I figure like that would have been like right there. They would have been slapping me in the face with it. That's what I would have done. I'm like, yo, we got measurements. Bam, fucking drop it on you. Right? That didn't happen though. They just said the average is the measurement. That's worrisome. Like we spent 3 days on that one. Why didn't we just go with the ones you did have measured? Do you have any that have measurements? How about that? Do we even have any of these? Because I don't know why they wouldn't have used the one that actually had the measurements. But if those exist, that's fine. Maybe those guys just suck at being Globers. I don't know.
I don't know. I've seen the cross-continental one where they show all, you know, a series of triangles. I thought I'd seen the tables for those. But I'm sure that you'll be upset with that because they're the average totals. Yeah, they're not going to give you the individual measurements.
Yeah, I want to see the measurements because this isn't a regular average too at that, and I want to see how much it's off. Why left to right refraction? Why is there even an average?
For possible setup errors.
And I just want to see where the average lies between how big is it off in one direction or the other. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing crazy.
Does the margin of error swallow up the
totally reasonable. It's totally reasonable me asking for the measurements. I mean, come on, you know.
It is, but you know, when you're talking about in the industry, they don't go to an individual measurement level. When they provide their report, they don't give you 2,000 measurements. They give you, here's the average number for all of these measurements.
Yeah, so but the measurements somebody's got to have them.
What's going to be recorded for posterity from 1850 is the cross-continental triangles that they got, not the individual measurements in Joe Blow's hand.
Yeah, but that guy would have had a book. He would have been writing this shit down. He would have got the same information. He would have been giving them all the information anyways. Like
that's not to say it doesn't exist. I don't know. That's what will be commonly available to people versus what you can go back into the archive and find might be different. Like he may have to provide.
Dig that shit up, bro. You guys gotta dig that up.
Not really. I'm already happy with what they're doing.
Oh.
I'm holding my protractor in my hand right now. I'm trying to see what would happen if I tipped it backwards to angles. So I'm trying
you're measuring the sticks? Okay.
And I'm measuring the lines that make up the two sides of my door.
Oh, all right.
And then I'm going to tip the protractor like back 45 degrees, like really bad, like it's halfway around the world.
I thought you were trying to you put the protractor up to the basketball. I was going to say, bro, the geometry teacher already told you can't do that.
She's wrong, but I don't express it well, so I
bro, she heard me talking to you. I literally said, I was like, dude, you can't put a protractor up to a triangle, a spherical triangle on a basketball and get the angles. And she was like, you're right, you can't do that. I was like, I know, thank you. Oh, I don't want to scare him off. Oh, there he is. Like you were in it. The math teacher was inadvertently helping me win flat Earth arguments.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I dropped out for a second. Earpiece.
I know. I saw. I stopped talking.
Now, basically, I would ask her if we were on a sphere, could I take a bearing with a protractor or a transit, and I think she would have to agree with me.
Possibly, but definitely not do. You definitely can't do what you were trying to say you could do.
Well, I can stick a, like, if you look at the equator on a basketball, that one line that runs around the center, I can put my protractor on that, line up to that, and then pick a point 90 degrees from it. And that point will be 90 degrees from it. It'll be elevated off the surface. I would have to transfer it down to the ground, but it still will be the same direction. Because we determined, like, if I'm tangent to the ball, I can take bearings no matter how high off the ground they are. Yeah, if I'm on a tangent plane to the ball. Then it just becomes a point of where do you pick your references to.
Yo, if everything happened the way it should have, in a historical timeline sense, I don't even think I'd be here right now. Like if they had kept going to the moon, or they just, like, I didn't think they were lying about it or something. I don't know.
Well, don't worry, they're going back to the moon. That's just a matter of a couple of delays here and there, and that's. I think with China and America both fighting for it, I think we've got finally have the impetus to decide to spend the money. We don't want China to have control of the moon.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I just feel like they've lied to us so many times. Like it's not even.
I think the problem
absolutely
though is, what I see with you saying they've lied to us, yes, the government does lie to us, but they don't lie to us about everything. And you have them lying to us about a shitload more things. So that throws you off, because I think that a lot of those things are added to a bucket of lies that are not really false.
Well, we're picking and I mean, now you're picking and choosing on what you got to be more scrupulous. We know they're liars, so now we got to be very careful what we're believing from them, right?
Right, but like Bay of Pigs, or what was the one with the ship in with Israel? I can't remember the name of it. But with those, you can see that there's an alternative motive. We don't have the people's support for going to war. We need the people's support to go to war. So there's a motive I can see for the lie. And therefore I can give that lie a little bit of credibility. Weapons of mass destruction. We think we should be. The government thinks we should be going to war with because of whatever reason. We've got to sell this to the people. So I can see where you would lie about that. Now, as far as geodetic surveying, there's no reason to lie. It has to be accurate. It has to provide a useful proof. And the expense of the lie, in fact, the improbability of the lie is just not there. So I'm not going to say that the government lies about geodetic survey. There's no reason for it, and there's no way to do it. The moon's a little bit more sketchy. I mean, you could say that they could lie about that, and there might even be.
I
a
hear you.
motive
This
for it.
geodetic survey thing is more hands-on and shit. Yeah, I'll give that to you. Absolutely.
Now, I
We
think
can't
that,
lie about what you see. Like, if it's an observation we can all make, then fine. We can only then argue about, like, you know, what's going on or whatever. But
About the ISS, are they lying about that?
well, I say they can't be, at least as far as there is an object moving 17,000 miles an hour about the size that they claim it is,
And the
and
height.
on the trajectory that they claim it is.
And the altitude.
What's that?
And the altitude.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Altitude. Absolutely. I don't think you can lie about any of that. Whether there's people on board, I think there's even evidence of that that's been taken by private sector, but it's a little bit harder to prove concretely. But they have shown changes to it, like where the space shuttle, this thing that we all recognize the shape of, that attached itself to it. There's photographs of it attaching to it, and then went away. So it actually changes shape also, in keeping with what we say is up there. Like we saw a space shuttle-like thing attached to the ISS and then disconnect.
I don't want to change the subject, but I do got a question that I know Jeremy probably into. What's up, Mario?
what you got,
What's up,
bro?
Strong?
You ain't got to get my fucking written permission and shit. What you got, bro? Go ahead.
Can I speak, Jeremy? Will you let me speak?
There's a line and shit now, a queue they call it in English. Send me an email. I'll have my support team contact you.
I'll have my people get in touch with your people.
And we're up to 251 people who visited the ISS. All the claim to that. Most of them have new health conditions that are in keeping with having been on the ISS. And does anybody think that we couldn't reasonably determine the ground speed of an object, given two observers looking at the same object at, let's say, 100, 200 miles?
Yo,
Yo.
what the fuck?
What the fuck what?
Technical difficulties or what?
I think Discord's acting weird.
Yeah, my bad, dude. If you could, I could not hear you. If you were coming back, I'm sorry. Like, were you hearing me?
I didn't hear anything from you for the past, 2 minutes.
All right. Let me get a good mic check. Am I good now?
Yeah, I think Discord is acting strange.
No.
I wanted to ask a topic that I know Jeremy brings up a lot. Look, Does anybody know what the fuck iPhone XR is? Right, I didn't either. Okay, so don't feel bad.
I think it's the 10, the version 10R.
Oh, 10R. Okay, okay.
I'm
Tell
not
me
sure.
why. If they
I
all
don't
have
know.
this, people are the stupidest people in the fucking world. If these all have this, but tell me why this phone has fucking a glass on the back of it.
Yeah, there's glass. iPhones are glass on the back. Yep, some of them. Yep.
What the fuck is the point of that?
I think they'll all crack on the back. Dude, they want the thing as fragile and as fucked up as possible. So it's planned obsolescence, Don. Jesus.
Like,
Don't get me excited.
literally, what is the point that someone accepts or wants glass on the back of their phone? It's just
Planned obsolescence, bro. They don't give a fuck. They make the phone good. They got you hooked. Now they put glass on the back of it. Shit cracks. You're fucked.
It's like now you can crack both sides. This is the stupidest shit ever.
Bro, they need to, listen, not only do they need planned obsolescence, they need it to speed up. Right? So they constantly need more waste than produced the year before. So they need you throwing more cell phones out next year than you did this year.
They got to drive that war machine. Daddy Warbucks Montgomery Burns needs to find the technology to live forever.
Honestly, I think I'm done with iPhone. My Android phones are the ones I use to farm with and stuff, and to like do my little ads and shit like that I do for the phones that I make like $5 on. But anyways, those are all Androids. The iPhones really can't do none of that shit. Like I feel like the Play Store is like way more freedom than the iOS store. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
That's sort of built into the whole Apple ecosystem in that Apple, their rationality is that they control the ecosystem a lot more to prevent hacking and malicious apps and all that. So they have a much tighter grasp, or whatever you want to say.
Their operating system is fire. I will say that.
Bro,
And
seriously.
and the user mechanics for an iPhone are great. So maybe it's because I've been using an iPhone for so long, but the user interface is fucking just great for an iPhone.
I mean, but come on, I don't care how nice the user interface. I mean, you're gonna find your apps. You're gonna be able to use your programs. I know I'm like the dinosaur in the group that I don't even know what a fucking iPhone having glasses. So I'm not the first person to smell this. What do people say? Like, what is their fucking reason for this bullshit? How, like, come on, people want it. They want a glass phone. The fuck?
I
These
mean,
guys
they would
don't
probably
do anything for our benefit. Nothing.
yeah, literally,
Right,
like they don't give a fuck what.
The Apple system is there for our safety.
What do you think, Jimmy? It's a way to mark them up. Oh, it's a sexy glass phone. Like, it's cheaper to make a plastic case than. I don't know.
Yeah.
So fucking stupid.
Glass breaks better.
Come on.
That's the point.
They got. I mean, no, come on. They gotta have a reason. They gotta say something like it's more waterproof, or there's gotta be some fucking reason.
They don't need no rhyme or reason, bro. That's our phone. Do you want it? Okay, buy it. You don't want it? Okay, don't buy it. We don't give a fuck about anything else. They're gonna make the phone good enough to where enough people want it. Go ahead, Evangelist. How you been, by the way? How you been?
Yeah, good, bro. Sand is natural. That's why they've done it with glass, because you make glass from sand. Plastic is synthetic. It's all about the environment, man. Aren't you with the whole?
Oh, please.
So you think glass is more environmentally friendly than plastic?
There you go.
Why didn't I hear?
Sustainable sand.
When did they hit this revolution? Guys, we're revolutionizing the phone market. Our phones are gonna be glass. Yay! Come on to our team. Yeah, right. Who the fuck jumped on that boat? How do you? Oh my god. They're double price of any other phone.
been sued for this planned obsolescence thing before. Like Apple's been sued and lost. Back for the iPod batteries or something. I don't know, but Apple's lost planned obsolescence lawsuits before, so it's not like a guessing game. Are they doing it? Are they not doing it? Like, they're doing it, bro. And they keep selling dumb people the same phone every fucking year. They'll put another camera on the back. Yo, in 5 to 10 years, the whole back of your phone is going to be all cameras. Put your hand back there anymore.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? So how much of Apple's market is going to be like 12 to 18-year-old girl Instagram nuts? A glass phone is going to look sick, right? It's going to be in the cabinet. It's going to look shiny. It's going to look awesome. And these little teeny bopper kids who don't have a single cell of critical thought in their head, they're just going to want it. I think it could be genius.
Oh, it absolutely is genius. Yeah, you get your phone to fucking break on both sides. Like, guys, we're doing good with the screens.
On the block, if you got a glass phone, man, you'd be the stuff.
You cleared up for a second there, but yeah, I can just picture the board meeting now. There's a bunch of guys in suits sitting around the round table. They're like, "Listen, guys, we're doing good. A lot of screens are breaking. That's good. We need it more, though. We need more shit to break." They're like, "What are we gonna do?" Some guys like, "We'll put glass on the back." They're like, "Boom, do it," and they fucking did it.
Yeah, these phones are reasonably unreliable, but we need to make them so that they just fucking break all the time.
Yeah, how fragile can we make this thing? They do that on purpose with things they manufacture. Like anywhere there's a stress point or a moving part, they'll just make it a little bit thinner and a little bit more fragile. And they can get away with that by justifying it by saying, well, we're trying to use as less material and make it as cheap as possible because we want to make the most money. You know, but that's built into that thing's going to break and I'm going to need to buy a new one. And it's like different sides of the same coin.
You wait. The next announcement. You wait. Watch for the announcement where they say Apple announces partnership with Swarovski crystal. It's going to be lead crystal phone.
By the way, just so you know, the segment 24 and under makes up the lowest segment of Apple sales. Out of all the different range groups, and women are actually quite a bit less 24 than under than men.
Is that who's buying them or who's using them? Because that probably the parents are all going to be buying them.
Right.
Yeah, well, I don't believe that for a second.
That is buying them.
Yeah, 13, 14,
that makes sense then.
Girls.
There's no 14-year-old that's going to go actually buy one. They're going to say, "Daddy, Daddy."
Yeah.
And they're going to...
I don't think you can really measure the age of the users. That's pretty hard to do.
It doesn't matter. They get away with doing it with the iPhone with glasses. Say it looks cool. We want to have a cool looking product. That's it. You don't like it, don't fucking buy it. You know, that's what it comes down to. There's two different types of planned obsolescences. There's two different types.
Just about anyone 45 or over has the mindset it's a phone. As long as it makes a phone call, sends a text, and I can look at the internet, I don't give a shit.
See, I actually think completely the opposite. I think 45 and older care more about all the other stuff. And, you know, specifically for their kids, I'm not buying my kid a $1,000 phone. I might buy myself one and give him or her my old phone, but I'm not going to give them
their own $1,000 phone. That's how me and my wife do it. All the kids' phones are usually our old phones. Yeah,
exactly. That to me would be pretty common. I don't think you're going to have many 40-year-old buying their 13-year-old a brand new $1,000 phone. That just doesn't seem likely.
So what you're telling me is you're the reason that Apple have made a glass phone. They're trying to impress you. You're the one that wants all the features.
Oh, no, I don't like Apple at all. I think they're an evil company. Their products are all right, but I won't buy Apple if I have another option. funny thing is, the thing that convinced me that Apple was, I don't know if you want to say bad or whatever, they're very shady. I don't like their whole corporate, the whole thing that they justified locking their whole app ecosystem down based on, we had control it, it's less likely to be hacked. Okay, I can buy that.
Apple
But,
is the. Go ahead, finish it up. Go ahead, my
well,
bad.
I was also going to say that there's just, in their whole corporate ecosystem, they don't give information out that's going to hurt their stock price. And I specifically, and when Steve Jobs was still around and he was sick, you never heard. I mean, to me, it's pretty, as a stockholder, I want to know that the CEO of my company got a terminal illness. They did not say, I mean, there's some privacy obviously there. I mean, that's bad news, but still, I think that there is some awareness of it being a public company, the leader of a public company. There needs to be a little more openness about how serious his illness was. Nothing. I mean, nothing. They didn't say anything till after he was dead.
Apple's is the pinnacle of capitalism. Okay, this is where we're headed. Nothing good can come from this. This is where everything's going to be headed, just like Apple's running it. That's the future. So get ready, buckle up. Buckle up.
Man. Jeremy, I saw this YouTube video where the police kicked down some door. It might have been in another country. They kicked down the door to like this warehouse or office or whatever because it was soaking up all this power illegally. It was like tapping the neighbor's power, and they thought it was a weed grow farm or something inside, and they busted in, and it was a fucking Bitcoin farm. They had a bunch of like tablets sitting there fucking running all through this spot, and they were stealing the power. They said it was only stealing like a couple thousand a month though of power. So I don't know, or maybe it was a Bitcoin. But they had like 100 devices, man. How many you got going?
I've heard that before. Oh, I don't mind Bitcoin. I just do like phones.
Well, you say you were like had some passive something happening passively on some of these phones for some coin or something. I thought, but
the phones, yeah, the phones. Most of that is like most of that pays in like PayPal and stuff, so it's not even really related to crypto. I mean, some of it is optional, like you can get PayPal or Bitcoin. I probably got like 15 phones. I actually just bought a phone yesterday with a profit from the phones. I get 3 or 4. I get about 3 phones a month from the phone money.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Every phone's an extra easy, or every 4 phones is an extra easy $1.20 a day.
On top, that's profit on top of the electricity.
The electrics, I don't even count that shit, dude. First off, my wife pays the electric bill. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't take anything to charge a few cell phones. Those little boxes you plug into the wall, they're 5 watts, right? So I don't know how much our kilowatt hours are. I think it's like 20 cents, maybe 15 cents. I don't know. It's when you do the math though, it's nothing compared to what you make.
I hear you.
But yeah, dude, if you got any old cell phones, don't throw them shits away. You can make like easy, fucking super easy money on them. If it's an iPhone or an Android, it doesn't even matter. Well, you ain't gonna make a lot off one phone, but a couple bucks, play around with it.
What's up, Realm? I heard you in Gems earlier.
What, like hours ago?
Yeah, earlier, like at least, I guess like 6 hours ago at least. About
Fucking weird, isn't it? You know, you think everyone else is like experiencing the same fucking daylight as you are. No, it's not the case. Yeah, man. Yeah. I just fucking went into this other room and fucking hell, it's noisy in there. Fucking hell. Can't get a word in. Well, no, not that you want to get a word in, it just sounds like a fucking crowded fucking town hall, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Crusader, like that rings a bell. Have we like messaged each other before? Crusader, you're not South African, are you?
No.
No. Oh yeah, no, you aren't, are you? No, it just rang a bell, Crooks. Again. So, what's the topic, man? I'll try not to talk too much.
Well,
Yeah,
got a little banger for you.
cool, man.
Like, God, what they were talking about some spherical excess for a minute. I think Jeremy's buying it. I don't know. But then I threw Jeremy always likes to talk about this planned obsolescence. And my old ass just saw an iPhone with the back of it cracked. And I never knew iPhones had glass on the back of them. And I posed this
Well,
question.
literally, they're playing a game. They're playing a game with you, right? It's how fast can we get them to buy iPhone? We need them to buy as many iPhones and do as many iPhone repair as much as possible, right? Because we need to be selling the most amount of shit that we can. Like it's a game they're playing, and they're winning because we're idiots.
Right, think about it. Why is there glass on the back of it's like let's put glass on the back of our TV. Why?
Non-conductive.
Okay. Non-conductive. Is it a buffer though? You think it's like a nice buffer, like a shielding? Is it some type of shielding that the glass
Yeah,
offers?
the Apple technology is not prone to viruses, but then someone said to me, "Oh no, it's because they don't sell as many." But I wonder if there is something to it. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's the ability that people buying Apple are going to be, censored off, normal communications that can penetrate out of phones. And it means that, they're able to, satellite phones in the 80s. What's his name? Fucking the cocaine guy from the Central America, the big dude,
Escobar.
Yeah, Escobar, man. You watched all them fucking series, Escobar or whatever it's called, and fucking yeah, man. They're just fucking satellite phones have nothing to do with satellites, and it's like the naming of something just kind of puts it off. Yeah, I forgot what I was talking about.
I'm gonna Google this. I'm gonna Google if there's anything about. I'm gonna be surprised, but I'm about to Google this. Why do fucking iPhones have glass on the back? I swear to God, bro. They better. I swear to God, I can't. I cannot wait to see what the fuck this shit is gonna say right now.
Here's one. Apple like rings a bell. In the icon itself, I'm pretty sure it's always had something missing from the Apple. And it's interesting that the new Flat Earth logo, if you generally see Wikipedia, YouTube videos, it's got that white puzzle ball with pieces missing in the top as well. And I keep, it's always put it to the case that they've shoved us, the Eastern Hemisphere, up 10 degrees on the maps, but in fact, in reality, it's actually 10 degrees lower. And they're revealing that missing piece in the top of the North Pole. But it also is equal sort of area antipode in the South Pole, making Antarctica smaller in reality. With glass
Well, you were right. You were right, Realm, but this is just ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. They make the whole back of the fucking phone glass instead of just like a part of it for the charging. It's supposedly for the wireless charging, I guess. Like you said, the conductivity.
Is it a blend of that and Perspex, something like that? It might not be entirely of glass. You'd have to look at the ratios and the contents and see how much is it really glass? Is it shatterproof glass? You know what I mean? It could be a bulletproof glass. It could be whatever. But I guess it's made the different types of glass that we think. Oh well, why are you gonna? But then again, you're gonna sell the phone quicker, aren't you? You're gonna go, oh fuck this, I've got money to buy another brand new phone for $700, whatever you're selling for. So it's a marketing tool as well.
Shit, that damn sure ain't shatterproof. You're right, it's a marketing tool already.
Yeah. I think if you've got enough bond on the outside over the glass, then it'll take some resistance. But yeah, they're fucking shit when they touch water and stuff like that. You have to stick it in rice bowls and shit to get the water out. Impossible to open. Well, not impossible to open, but I wouldn't know where to fucking start, man, with opening the phone up. But I do know you can see sunlight rays. Really, really cool. You can see the whole spectrum in the front of a like Samsung, Motorola type of phone. And I wonder if the same effect is on an Apple phone, or maybe you just might see white light.
All right, hold up. I got to run up in here and buy a new iPhone. I'll be right back.
What happened? Yeah, dude, they don't have any incentive to make things to last or that aren't going to break. It's in fact, it's the exact opposite. The faster their shit breaks, the quicker you got to buy another one. They need to make it just good enough so that you don't feel like you got gypped. Right now, I personally would pay an extra, if I'm buying a $1,000 item, I'd rather pay a little bit extra so that shit's like, you know, diesel solid. I would also give up compactness too. Like if you have to make the glass on an iPhone an extra 1/8 of an inch thicker, so your phone's bulkier, okay. You know what I mean? Like if it makes it that much more shatter resistant or something. I don't know. Like they're making things as thin. They're trying to get things as small as possible. You know, they want your phone as thin as possible. So it just fucking breaks easy because thin shit doesn't really hold up as good as thick shit.
Speaking of the planned obsolescence, dude, I just updated my phone, you know, one of those big software updates, and it's completely slower now. Like flipping back and forth between apps and everything, like noticeably delayed and slower. And I'm thinking like, wow, did they actually install an update that actually slows it down?
Yep. That checks out. Sounds about right.
It's like this phone is like 30% worse now.
If they're like, yo, you have X amount of RAM on your phone, and the update we had before was constantly using 3 of it, they're like, we'll make this next update use 4.5 of it and make your shit slower. I don't know what they do in computer nerd world, but I'm guessing it's something like that. So yeah, they have multiple ways to make your phone obsolete, right? They can make it so fragile that it fucking just breaks, you know, sit on it or something. Then they could do it with the software too. They could just fucking send you an update. This is now your operating system's update. So you're eventually gonna like probably have to get it. I don't know if you can just avoid those constantly. But if you get the update, you're just gonna use more RAM or something, and now your shit's moving slower. It sucks. These people don't give a fuck. What was the one? Everyone go watch the light bulb conspiracy. Because that's where I got started on this whole planned obsolescence thing. I didn't even know about it. I figured it before, but anyways. There's this guy buys a printer, right? It tells there's a chip inside the printer, and it tells it to stop. After 1,000 prints, that's it. Like, we're basically done. Your shit's not going to work anymore. I don't know how they justified that. I think they said it was, I don't know, but it was at a set amount of pages to just stop working, even if it could still do it. The light bulb was an obvious. That's when they really started. It was with nylons and light bulbs, right? Because women were buying nylons. They used to tell how strong they were. They would like tie 2 Mack trucks together with nylons and have one pull the other one, right? That's how diesel these shits were. And they noticed that like women weren't buying nylons because you could just buy like, you know, a couple different colors and they would last your whole life. If you know, they were lasting dumb long. So they started making them out of thinner and thinner material. I mean, nowadays, if you even touch one of them fucking things, right, it'll get a huge like rip in it or something, which that didn't happen before because they were like crazy thick material. Now it's just super thin material. And why? Why wouldn't you make the best product? You're trying to save 3 cents on the amount of nylon you used, or you're trying to make sure that women have to buy, you know, 1,000 pairs of these over their lifetime instead of just 2 or 3. You win on both sides because you make them thinner, you save money on the material. That's why I said that it's the same coin, just opposite sides. And you're doing it. If you try to save money with materials and shit, you're automatically doing the other thing where it's now more fragile. That shit pisses me off because they're supposed to be we're worried about the environment. We want things to be green. Stop making shit to break then. That's the worst environmentally thing we could do. We got to go mine the materials, the infrastructure and shit that happens before you get all your products it's the whole world. It's like almost all the carbon emissions in the whole world.
I just wanted to weird stage.
You're a robot, Kosho. It'd be nice if Discord had a feature. You could like click it or something. Like I could click his name and then it would just tell him you're roboting. An automatic robot notification.
I knew I was roboting before, but
Jeremy, do you think Kosho really thinks the Earth is a globe? Is he a true believer?
Kosho.
He roboted and then he disappeared.
They want us. They want to be conscious of the environment on one hand. On the other hand, they want to use this, I don't know, panty liner material that is bad for the environment. They either keep rebuying. On the other hand, it's something along those lines. You said this.
What's up, Kojo? You talk about the planned
No, I was
obsolescence
just
thing?
listening to Jerk. Well, yeah. Well, he was comparing the two ideas that this entity holds at the same time. That they want to care for the environment, make us care for the environment, and they also sell these panty hose that you have to keep rebuying and throw away. And there's a mix match of incentives and moralities, motivations. I was just making sure this was the idea he was expressing.
No, I don't think that's what he was saying. He was saying that they purposefully make shit cheap so that we have to keep rebuying it.
Yeah, but didn't he say something about the environment? My bad.
I don't know.
Clearly,
Clearly, the people in control don't care about the environment. I mean, they might want us to care about it so they can manipulate us, but they don't care about it. Clearly, they've destroyed it. Well, they haven't destroyed it entirely, but they've done a lot to toxify it.
That was my only point I was going to make, was that these aren't the same people. These are two different sets of people. But I guess you're saying that they are controlled by those people, so that's a whole nother route. So yeah, my thing was, if he had said that, I would just say they have two different ideas because they're two different groups of people. You know, where one might have the motivation for the environment, the other has a motivation for their own personal profit. Two different companies. But who knows? I get so sleepy on the road. I sit with my eyes closed half the time now. I mean, I drive with my eyes closed. Like right now, half the time. Closed all the time, and the other half, my other eye is closed half the time. Yeah, I might get a job with Tesla, and the guy told me that they don't give discounts on cars, but they do give the free automation programs, like $10,000, and so if you get a Tesla car and you work there, they'll give you that for free. So that'd be awesome if I just saw the dude. I don't have to drive anymore; just turn the thing on.
Wait, they don't. What'd you say? They don't give you a. Say that again. They don't give you a discount on the car, but they give you a discount on the. If you buy a car.
Yeah, they don't give you a discount on the car, but if you do buy a Tesla and you work there, then they give you the automated free.
You cut out right at that part. They give you the part that makes the automated driving, like they give that add-on feature for free.
Yeah, it's like $10,000, but they get you for free.
Yeah.
So that'd be awesome. It'd be awesome if everybody had that, but it's scary if you only have it. But it'd be awesome if right when you get onto the freeway, that just turns on automatically for everybody. It'd be legit. Like right now, I'm half asleep. My eyes are closed half the time, and I have cruise control on, and it tells me if there's a car right in front of me. It's like it'll slow down by itself. And also, if I seem like I'm moving away from out of the lane, it puts me back in the lane. So I don't have to do anything. I just close my eyes and drive home.
I don't think it quite works that way. But
It's working that way right now, man. My eyes are closed right now as I speak.
you're in a Tesla?
Oh fuck, shit. No, I'm in a what do you call it? A Prius, but I was just in like the fucking shoulder. I opened my eyes, I was like on the shoulder.
Be
So let's
careful,
stay
man.
in the fucking lane. Yeah, of course, yeah. I told Jeremy I did an experiment one time where I kept my eyes closed for a whole minute, and I was fine. No joke. I get
bet
sleepy sometimes when I drive. See, if it has a BB noise, so if the BB noise goes off, I know I'm out of my lane. So it's supposed to put me back in my lane, but I might need to strengthen the strength. The best part is though, like no matter I go like 80, 90 miles per hour, and it tells you if there's a car in front of me, that it slows down for me, even to the point that the car in front of me slows down and stops. My car will appropriately slow down and stop, like comfortably. It's pretty. It's a nice feature.
Nice.
It saved my life a couple times. Like right now. Oh shit, it's rush hour. My eyes were closed. I noticed my car slowing down a lot. I realized there's a basically the traffic's come to a halt right in front of me. I was just going 80 miles per hour. Now I'm down to 10. I didn't even touch the brakes or the gas, nothing. It was just slow.
You out giving Lyft rides?
No, I'm just driving to my house, my girlfriend's house. I only do that a couple times a week because I had to pay for the car with the rides. But usually on the weekend I'll do it. But yeah, I mean, I you meet a lot of cool people doing it, man. That's how I met the Tesla guy. I met a guy last night. What is this? Oh shit, I didn't have the thing turned off. I had a guy last night.
Sounds like you're meeting a lot of guys out there.
Oh yeah. In a good way, yeah. Yeah. So I met a guy last night. He sells DMT and shit like that. I was like, all right, dude. And he hit me up today. I hit him up. I said, hey, what's up? So he knew I had his number. And he hit me up today, and he said, I don't remember anything from yesterday. Who's this? I was like, oh shit. Whoops. But I'm gonna buy some DMT for him tonight. What do you smoke DMT out of? You do it.
You're talking about like synthetically extracted DMT?
Yeah. The kind you buy from a drug dealer.
Yeah, you pretty much have to freebase it.
Oh yeah, okay.
So yeah, sometimes those pipes are hard to find, the freebase pipes, because obviously people use them for crack and shit. But you can sometimes find them at like a somewhat shady head shop. They'll have them, but a lot of places won't have them. You could buy them online, but you need like, it's like a little glass pipe with a little sphere at the end of it, and then you put the DMT in it. You got to put the DMT in that, and then you put the flame under that part, and then it like warms it up till it starts to turn into a vapor.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, most head shops around here have those kind of pipes. They always sell them at the front of the store.
Yeah.
They sell. I don't know about over there, man, but they sell all sorts of weird shit at the head shops over here. Dildos, strap-ons, fleshlights, all that kind of stuff. I think my girlfriend bought me a fleshlight. What the fuck?
Your girlfriend bought you a fleshlight. That doesn't sound like a good combination. She's supposed to be your fleshlight.
Yeah. Well, she's on her period right now, but I don't know why she did it. But she said last night that she has a present for me, and then she kept like hinting at it that it was a fleshlight. So I don't know why. Jimmy crack corn, and I don't care.
Have you ever smoked DMT, or are you just thinking of buying some?
No, I've smoked it before. I just not really not by myself though, like in my own, personal setting and everything. Which that I'm looking forward to that idea. But hold on. But yeah, let's say. Shit, dude. I was just kind of wrecked, dude. Fucking hell. Just trying to go home, dudes. Yeah, but I'm gonna buy some, dude, and smoke it tonight. My room's kind of messy. I want to do it like oh shit, dude. This guy's fucking hauling ass. Anyways, yeah, I kind of want to do it like in a clean room in a comfortable setting. My room's really messy, but I think I'm gonna do it in my room anyways.
Oh my god, bro, what's up with these greedy little kids?
Greedy kids.
Yeah, tell me, Kosho. Tell me what's up with the greedy kids. You're one, right?
3D kids.
Yes, greedy, man. That make up anything. I bet it was greedy kids that made up the flat earth.
Oh, greedy. Oh, yeah. What are you talking about though?
Bro, we're driving around. My kid goes, Can we just go home, because I really don't like going home at 7, right? It's 6:11 here or whatever. He's like, I really don't like going home at 7. And I said, well, why? You know? And he's like, well, because, you know, nobody likes being in the car for 2 hours. And I'm just
Yeah,
like,
right.
but that, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck does 2 hours have to do with 7? He should have just said, can I go home because I don't like being in the car for a long time? What is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's what you're saying. I don't like being out until 7. Yeah, I get it. It's not greedy.
What the fuck? He's like, can I just be at home? Because he just wants to play his video games. He's greedy. That's all it is.
Yeah, no, it's not greedy.
Oh,
I
he
used to
wants
sit in
to
the car with
do
my
it.
mom. I used to sit in the car with my mom all day, man. And she just goes around, drives. You gotta run an errand. After errand, I gotta sit in the car the whole time. I don't want to be in the car. That's not fun, man.
I don't think doing what you want to do instead of doing what you don't want to do is considered greedy. There might be a word for it, but I don't think greedy is the right one.
Oh, man, you don't even know. This kid, he's the greediest. What did he just say? He just said he wants to do his homework. I mean, why should he
Come on,
get...
there you go.
I just... Yeah.
It's like, man, I just want to sit in my house in the air conditioner, in my room, on my desk, do my homework, man. I don't want to sit in the car waiting.
Am I supposed to believe this tall tale he's telling me?
I believe it. I believe it right now. I don't even know the kid. What's his name?
I don't know the kid.
Whatever his name is, I believe it, 100%. Because nobody wants to sit in the car. It's like, wait. You know, in the Navy, we used to have a saying in the Navy. It was called, hurry up and wait. Maybe we'll make you hurry up and wait. So you rush to go do something you don't want to do, and the thing that you don't want to do is wait. Nobody wants to do that, man.
Well, you need to hurry up and do it.
You be careful, CPS will come after your ass, man.
He's won iPhones and shit. You came late, Kosho. He's won iPhones. You know, we discovered why the iPhone conspiracy is all they had to do is pretend there's going to be these touchless chargers everywhere, and they get to put glass on the back of their phone. Playing obsolescence of even more.
Yeah.
And then
well, actually,
you have all this.
Now your kid says it. It sounds like a good idea, actually. Now your kid's saying it. I think it actually be it.
Give them a 7th grade physics question. Oh, he's going to give you a question, Kosho. What are the 3 main colors eyes can see, and why? Oh my goodness. Oh my God, they're putting evolution in it. Listen to what they're teaching these kids. This is ridiculous, you guys. So they're not saying the colors are irritating now. They're saying they assume they were irritating in the past, so we evolved to only see these colors. That's what they taught you. Jesus. Unbelievable. I hope you're aware, son, of just what assumptions this information is based on.
Well, since the Earth isn't a globe, doesn't that mean that we have to reevaluate everything they're teaching kids to see what else is fake and lies?
I mean, also because MC Hammer is retired, I think we should do it as well. Because we know if that was a lie, if too legit to quit was a lie, then what can be true in this world? And it was almost like Hammer. He changed his name to Hammer from MC to just the Hammer, I believe, around that album, that 12-minute video came out. But he actually, you know, I'm gonna give him a little credit. He didn't actually say "I promise." I don't think he was just, you know, he didn't say "I promise I'm too legit to quit." I swear. I don't think. I think he just, you know, sold us a dream, basically, the Hammer dream.
What song do you think is better, Hammer Time or Super Freak?
Super Freak.
Super Freak.
I think so too.
But Hammer's pants were better. Who did that fake Hammer video? It wasn't Weird Al, was it? Someone did the spoof video, and they had the pants all the way up under their armpits. Who was it? Maybe it was like, maybe it was like in Living Color.
Why, Kosho, did they claim that, like, was the Hammer Time song like a copy of Super Freak?
It's the same song.
Same song. What did they?
Play the exact same song.
Dun, 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 dun. Down, 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 down. Can't touch us. Down, 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 down. She's a super freak, super freak. You can't touch this.
That part you just did it. That's the only part that's different.
Yeah, that's the unique Hammer part. That's when he does his little shuffle dance.
Yeah, the little dance. We were talking about Vanilla Ice and that one song, Under Pressure. It's like the same song, except for he changed it a little bit. He said it's not the same song. Because how's it go again? It's like ding 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 ding. Oh yeah, no, that was like because Under Pressure is ding 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 ding, and then Ice Baby is ding 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 ding. They had like one ding in there. So the claim is different.
Yeah, the Super Freak and the MC Hammer is a little bit different too. It's like
they had it.
That's how Super Freak. It goes up.
Yeah.
The Hammer goes Yeah, it's like it's like one note different.
Oh yeah. You know, there's that song that it is a little bit different, but I wonder because there's that one song from what's it called? Curved Lines. Yeah, Curved Lines. That's funny. That's the name of the song, but it's from Rob Thicke and who's that small black dude? what's his name? He's like a what's his name? Fucking hell.
Which one was it?
Pharrell Williams. Yeah, Pharrell.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, and then Rob Thicke, that song Curved Lines, and he's fucking like it's that song that he was on stage with Miley Cyrus, and then she like fucking I don't know, did some weird shit. But anyways, they claim that song was ripped off from Marvin Gaye. It kind of was. It was kind
Yeah,
of
they
it
won
was very
that.
similar. Yeah, they won that one.
They
Yeah, they got
won that
$7 million.
lawsuit, I think.
Yeah. So yeah, they got $7 million.
Oh,
It's probably like a lot of the money you made from it.
I can't believe that. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Copyright laws, bro. It's so fun.
Which is weird because there's more obvious ones. I don't think that one's that obvious. I think that it's pretty close, but it's not like an obvious one.
To me, the power is in the lawyers. Like the power isn't in the music. It's like you think like, oh, America, like make an awesome song, and then you have this unique protected thing that you can get paid off of. Nah, man. If you don't have
Sometimes
the
though
lawyer element, you ain't shit. The lawyer's got all the power.
sometimes though they're on the same label, right? So they'll just be able to use the other beat, or they'll sample it and pay them for the sample like legitimately. So yeah, you do hear a lot of shit being repeated throughout the years, but sometimes it's like it is like legitimately like copying. Yeah.
What about Vanilla Ice? I don't think Vanilla Ice paid for that beat because he was justifying it and shit. Unless he did, I don't know. Maybe he did. But then Super Freak and Hammer Time, he must have had to pay for that one because it was so similar. Because that one, the Marvin Gaye one, is not even close. No, it is close. It is close. It's just yeah, I don't know. It's close, but it's not like you kind of have to like hear. You have to like, what song is that? Like, you gotta think about it a little bit. But yeah, they won that one. So yeah, I guess it really does come down to lawyers.
The latest music controversy thing is this. I haven't listened to it yet, but it's this Pete Davidson, Kanye West made the song talk about or burying Pete Davidson. Kanye West made some video where he's like burying a Pete Davidson doll, and like he's all angry, like mad about the Kim Kardashian thing. Like, yeah, that's all over the news. Yeah, he's getting backlash for being like dark and evil or something. They're like, it's not art. You're just being a dickhead.
Is it really Pete Davidson that he's burying?
It's like it's a representation. It's a guaranteed representation of Pete Davidson.
You're saying guaranteed, like?
Yeah, like when Snoop Dogg shot the gun at the president, like it was Trump. You know what I mean? Like same thing.
I didn't know Snoop Dogg did that, man. He got away with that?
Oh yeah.
I can't believe Pete Davidson is sleeping with fucking Kim Kardashian, man. It's so crazy.
I'm telling you. He's kind of though, like if you look at him, like he's got a big stature, like he's lanky and all this, but he's like a sexy dude. He's got a real pretty face. He's probably.
He doesn't?
Yes, he does. Not always, but
he has
some
a real pretty face.
Dude, look at his
Snoop Dogg shot the sheriff.
Listen. I'm gonna stand by this. Look at the thing that the picture they're putting up with this Kanye thing of the Kanye sticking out his bottom teeth grilling, and then the Pete Davidson like thick neck head back picture. Like Pete's looking really sexy and clean right there, dude. Like he is. He looked like a glamour shot. And I was like, oh, because I've been thinking the same shit, but I seen that picture. I was like, okay, you know what I'm saying? Like,
dude, I've seen him on Saturday Night Live this whole time. I've seen him in like almost everything he's ever doing. I saw him in that Motley Crue movie, and he always looks like a. It always looks like there's something like he's sick or something.
Nah, he's in shape now, man. I think. But look, dude, he's a comedian, dude. Girls just want to have fun, bro. That's all they want. She got money.
He's not funny though. That's what I'm saying. He's like not that funny.
It's probably a really fun guy. I don't know.
I mean, I could see him being handsome. He used to smoke a lot of weed. Maybe he doesn't smoke weed anymore. Maybe that helps.
Right. Started eating Chipotle.
Well, his dad was a fireman who died in 9/11.
Yep.
Or so they claim.
Yeah, that's what they're over there in Gems talking about, that 9/11 shit again, man.
Oh, was it Pichet?
Yeah, it's Jen's fucking over there. I brought the shit kind of like, I don't think we were even talking about that. I did bring up the question earlier this morning about like whatever happened. What was our common response to the petition of engineers, the thousands of them that, you know, were like against the main story? And I guess it was like, are they all just duped, crazy? You know what I mean?
Is that a real thing?
Yeah, it's a real
To me,
thing. You hear about that? You know about that.
To me, the engineering is not even the problem. It's actually just one of those things that just distracts people from the real issues of 9/11. Because the engineering, there's nothing impossible about the event, and that's the problem. If it's not impossible, there's no point in talking about it. Like if it's not impossible for this or this to happen, you say, oh well, it's unlikely, or it's I've never seen this or this. But if it's not impossible, then there's no point in bringing it up. It's not an argument we're talking about. There's other aspects of it that are arguable.
Right. Well, that's why I'm thinking like, it seemed like these 5,000 engineers were saying it is impossible, you know, but maybe they're just wrong.
Yeah, they are. They have to be wrong. There's nothing impossible about it. Then which part of it would you say was impossible? See, the problem is when you listen to people argue about it, like Jin will say the same thing every time. He says it fell at free fall speed, which it didn't. So, like, if you're arguing about it and you're using things that are blatantly not true, or arguably true or not true, then it's not really a good case for your argument. It leaves the jury to make up their own decision because it's not a decidable factor.
Right. One thing Moat was talking about that got a little challenge earlier was like some of the beams, not all of them on the floor, but let's say a percentage of the beams like weakening and then the rest giving way. And then the challenge was, well, why did it kind of flat pancake? Why didn't it like lean a little bit? You know what I mean? Like lean where the weakened ones are. And everyone's like, well, we don't know.
No, dude, it's like this. If the structure, if you have a giant weighted tower, and the very top part of it, let's say 10 stories, it's 10 or 15 stories, whatever it was, 10 or 15 to 20, 10 to 20 stories, anywhere between there. If the spot connecting those to the rest of the building starts to the integrity of that part of the building, even if it's only half of it, like this, imagine there's 4 columns and 2 of them fuck up. Once the integrity from that part of the building is jeopardized, immediately that all those 10 stories will have the force of a falling object falling at, let's say each story is 15 feet high. I don't know, let's just say that entire weight falling 15 feet is going to have that whatever force and momentum that is, it's going to be introduced to the rest of the building, the top of the building, and that force right there is enough to start off that the so-called chain reaction. Even if there was an expected column in the middle, which I would suspect the column to be left in the middle, or I would suspect some other obvious effect of that. The fact is that it's possible to have occurred the way that it looks, and because of the reason that it's possible, I have long ago found that it's not useful to even argue that as an argument when
I'm with you, it's possible, but wouldn't they all pancake? And like you said, wouldn't the I beam still be like? Wouldn't there be beams in the middle still?
Yeah, that's it. I would assume that, but like that's what I'm saying though. Regardless of what I would assume, the question is whatever happened, is the observation of what happened even possible? And because it's possible, it doesn't cause me to believe that that's what happened. It just causes me to not use that as an argument for the any kind of anything in the event. When there's other evidences that are blatantly, decidable.
I got you. I got to order real quick. I'll be right back.
Get your Taco Bell, dude. Go ahead.
We fucking. Coach, so you can't hear this music in the background?
Yeah, sounds like Elton John. What's up, dude?
It sounds like Taco Bell music.
No, I don't know. I can't hear it, man. I also can't find my fucking keys.
Shit is too loud.
Now I can hear it. Are you taking your kids? You're taking kids to get food and they're complaining? That's not good, man. Hey, where's my keys, man?
It's way too fucking loud in here. I heard, are you taking a kid somewhere? Maybe I don't know what you're
No, because you said they were complaining about not going home. But if you're taking them to get food, then that's different. Yeah, home to wait.
Yeah, he complains about that. I'm like, I don't want nothing. The other day, he literally said the phrase to me, I really don't like any food. He doesn't like any bands and any food.
He's just saying that, man. He's just saying it. You probably spoiled him, man. You probably spoiled him, dude. You gotta stop spoiling him. No, don't stop spoiling him. Keep spoiling him. Hold on a second. I gotta get inside my house.
I'll learn about it.
You know who we need to ask? We need to ask Lemon. Because Lemon likes dudes. So we'll ask Lemon if he thinks Pete Davidson is attractive. You know what? Jeremy's in here. Jeremy, what do you think about Pete Davidson?
Lemon said he's attracted to money.
Well, I mean, who is it, right? Even though DLive, he's probably one of the most morally conscious people that I know. He wouldn't lie for a dime. But I think for $1 trillion, he would sleep with an old ugly lady.
Yeah, that's
You
that's
think
like
so,
super
huh?
life changing. It's not really just money. That's like complete change of life, though.
Yeah, of course, man.
That's all.
You would have to, Gio, because if you were to think of what you could do with that, you could change the world with that amount of money. I was watching a fucked up movie today. I was watching Requiem for a Dream. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I was watching it today. It's fucked up, man. I know, Jeremy, you probably lived that movie. Jennifer Connelly's character is probably based off of you, Jeremy.
You ever seen Serpent in the Rainbow?
No, what's that?
A really good 80s movie.
Sounds like a gay porn. But what's it about?
Drugs, hallucinations in the rainforest.
Yeah. I haven't seen Requiem for a Dream in a long time, but it's just kind of a dark, depressing drug movie. Like the best off character in that movie was Jennifer Connelly. She had to do double anal dildo sex for heroin.
For a quarter?
For there's a big bag. She had a big bag at the end, but I've seen that movie a long time ago, and they say ass to ass, and I thought that that they got that double-sided thing and they put toothpaste all over it. That's what I thought for a long time, but I was watching it again today, and I guess it was just regular lubricant. Tell us about your serpent rainbow. Where's all the flat Earth? Where's all the flat Earth
Always
fans?
before your
Oh, you
time,
want to hear some good
youngster.
news?
1
What's
minute,
up?
I'll be right back.
I got some good news, dude. My girlfriend told me the other day. Well, first she asked me, she's like, "Are you a flat earther?" And I thought she knew that I wasn't. But then she told me, she's like, "Well, you know, it's not." What she say? She's like, "You know, it's not." Basically, she sounded like she was on the fence about it, and I was like, and so I was talking to her yesterday, and I was like really hoping I could help convince her. And so I showed her ODDs. I showed her like a couple ODD videos, and she was like, "Yeah." She's like, she was basically on board with all of it.
I've been telling her stuff on the low. I told her not to tell you about the shape of it, but
Hey, at least you're being a positive influence, man. That's what's up. Yeah, I've always wanted to have a flat Earth girlfriend, man. And what was she saying? Oh yeah, right. She had 2 questions, and one of the questions was like, basically what's below the flat. Like if you kept digging and you drilled a hole and you kept digging, like what's at the bottom or what happens and whatever. And then she also asked like, why would they lie? Those are the only two things that she was asking, but everything else from the DODD videos she was like agreeing with.
Yeah, because it's virtually common sense. All you have to do is not have some kind of a fixation on globes, and it's pretty easy to get.
Yeah, stop being obsessed with balls, basically, Kosho.
Yeah, that's what she tells me too.
I'm just saying,
there's
unless you
some-
really have some kind of need to like actually believe in the ball, like most people don't when they really look at the information.
Yeah, but is what you just said true when you really think about it?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true, is it? That most people don't believe, that most people don't know that it's false or whatever?
Yeah. I mean, some people might be like not sure. They might be a little bit on the fence, but seeing through the globe thing, I mean, like I said, unless some people have a real desire or need to like stick with the globe Earth idea.
Let's assume that there's almost 8 billion people on Earth. Let's say 7.5. How many people do you think are skeptical about the globe?
Maybe a billion.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say that was silly, except for I once heard that there's at least 1 billion people in the world who live off insects. Like, what? I don't know if that's true, but it might be true.
Yeah, but a lot of other countries, they don't even have this globe thing. Like that's not even a. So you'd have to add all those. So they would be skeptical about it right off the bat.
Okay, there's 187 countries. How many of those countries do you think exist the way you just described? That they don't even have the globe or whatever? I know I'm asking you a bunch of questions, Gio, but pretend that I'm that guy from the other night, and I'm not asking you to for gotcha. I'm asking you for some other reason. Forget about that question. What about this question? What did you think about that guy's questions? Like, do you think that his format and questions, like, what do you think about them?
You talk about rolling with the boulders.
Yeah. Like, what do you think about his questions? Eggshells is here. That's what's up. But yeah, rolling with the boulders. Like, what do you think about his questions and his way in which he asks them? Like, what's your general idea or feeling about them?
Yeah, it seemed like a cool little exercise. I liked it.
Yeah, it's surprisingly fascinating to hear like people like you, like Matrix. Like I know Matrix. Like I know a bunch of you guys. I've talked to you guys at least. It's somehow more intimate, and I don't want to use the word exposing, but revealing of it's almost like you can see past any sort of ego or any sort of even I don't know, like I don't feel like I'm in an argument with somebody or in a in some sort of combative thing. I feel like you're actually learning about someone's about what they actually think on the subject when he's asking those questions. And yeah, it'd be real cool if there was a way to have those kind of conversations with tons of people. Like if he had his own server or something like that, just like 24/7.
No.
Imagine if hold on one thing. Imagine if it was like,
don't tell him our new product, Kosho.
Hold up, man. It'd be interesting if just like how 24/7 you have those 3 questions that you have to like interview people with. If you had a server where like every time there's a new person you have to interview them like that, that'd be interesting. Actually, that'd be cool if you guys set that up in here or in Gems or something. That I'd advocate for that. That'd be cool. Like every time a new person comes in, you just ask them those questions.
I'm sorry. You're big on this survey thing. I get it, and I agree with you. I'm sorry. I'm too hyper. But you're just giving it away. We talked about this so many times, and then now Riding's here with the recorder on, and you're giving it away. You're gonna make me talk. Just Kosho, let's just give it to them first, and then we can charge it. If we're first to market, they'll all give us $1. We'll have millions. Okay.
What's going on? What are you talking about, Don?
So there's a list of questions that the guy asked, and Kosho is teasing the one guy in the room talking, saying, "Oh, wasn't it great?" And trying to get like little product feedback. Like, I wish there was a way that we all could do this. Like, come on.
Yeah, I think they're great questions.
Yeah, but what's even greater is, like he said, is being free to release the ego and just talk about the thing. You know what I mean? Like, without worrying about fighting, and you can just put your answers out there, right? And then everybody can put their answers out there, and then the data could be overlaid.
Well, no, I think that's weird what you described, but definitely in not talking about the answers, but in only asking them. Even the way that he was adamant about not answering any of Matrix's questions, like Matrix would ask him, "Hey, what do you mean by this?" or "Isn't it this?" and he would say, "Yeah, he's not going to correct him or answer him in any way. He just wants to know his answers."
Right.
That's important.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally am agreeing. Like, just hearing the answers is what's important. But once you do that, right, we can agree it's valuable to overlay the data, right?
Yeah,
See,
I guess.
I guess I'm not already working for a big data company. My name's not Kosho. The data.
The problem is if you add any kind of outside any other kind of motivation with those kind of questions, it becomes a different set of questions, right? If someone thinks that you're going to use those questions against them, it becomes a different set of questions. Or if someone thinks that those questions are going to be, or their answers are going to be used to, create some sort of catalog of, statistical knowledge or something like that, then it becomes a different set of questions. But it's if someone's seriously just asking the questions just to get answers and then that's it, they can answer freely almost.
Yeah, but Kosho, does the latter really exist?
That's what I'm saying. He was certainly nurturing that idea, right? Like he was making sure that was how it came across, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I can agree with your former statement that, I mean, if it's, other angles are perceived, obviously the motivation and the answers would possibly be manipulated. But either way, you're going to have to hope that there's ways to get true opinions to certain questions, and filter out such things, I would imagine. Because like you said, I mean, you're still nurturing it. You're still selling the idea. It's not like we know for a fact that in these people's head, because I answer the questions too. We don't know how we think the questions are going to be used, even though they're attempting to nurture it.
Yeah, it'd be cool if there was some sort of medium to.
Yeah. So let's get this money. Let's do it. I know you got the skills. Let's do it. I know you got it, Kosho. Be 2 little clicks of a button. Come on. Let's do it. I'll be your first customer, okay? And then
You're highly overestimating Kosho's skills. Have you ever seen the work he puts out?
Go ahead.
Hey man, I made at least 2 healthy children that you're raising, so there's always that.
Oh shit!
Waiting on a child support.
Yeah, you won't get it, buddy. That's part of the game, dude.
Oh my god. Are you guys Eskimo brothers?
You better get that. You better get that job at Tesla now.
Yeah.
You've been caught.
You got to do better than that to catch me, buddy. We're on two opposite ends of the same of opposite ends of the country. But anyways, yeah.
Show.
It'd be impossible to like convince to try and create an audience like that in Gems. Like, if there's a new person in there, like try to ask them those questions. I wonder if because it's a good litmus test also. You said you've answered them, Don? You've answered those questions?
I did them. I did them early that morning. Like, I think Matrix went right after me, actually.
Oh. I've never answered them, but I know all the answers, so it doesn't. But I think it's an interesting question to ask Globers as well.
You know all the answers.
Yeah. Yes, I do.
You don't think there was at least one purely opinionated question in the bunch?
I can't remember one.
He's like the globe Earth Jesus.
Oh my god.
I think Jesus was the globe Earth Jesus, but if I ever became a flat earther, I'd probably be the flat earth Jesus.
Bro, see, this is what's weird is it's like there definitely was a question. Like, let's say, for instance, you have an axle and a wheel, and they ask you what's rotating faster, the wheel or the axle. And we know in RPMs they're rotating the same. And we know with classical training, right, that there's an that we want to make the assumption that the units need to be RPMs for the context of the question, but it doesn't. It could be talking about rim velocity, curved linear speed, all this stuff, right? And that answer would be correct also, but you need to know the context. And so he had questions like that where it was loose context, and
Give me an example.
Classical training had to be assumed. So you can sit there and say, I know all the right answers, but dude, you got to be careful sometimes.
Give me an example of one of the questions he had that could have been answered differently.
I think there was something akin to what I just described on there, for instance. He was talking about surface speed or something. He was talking about, like, can you feel a certain amount? And it's like, I'm like, well, you ain't gonna feel.
Like, can you feel linear motion?
Right.
So
but
which
I don't remember. That one wasn't the one, because that one was.
There's no scenarios where that's true.
Because you can't. Well, see, that's the thing. But isn't being on the surface of the Earth considered linear motion? But it's really curved linear motion, right? So that would be a case where you're like, wait, are you including this special pleading or not? Because you can feel, curved linear motion if it's acceleration.
Describe curved linear motion.
Traveling around a circumference of a circle while being held level by gravity.
I think that's just curved. I think it's just curved motion then. It's curved linear
I
motion.
don't think so, sir. But I'm not the expert.
That's like having a gay. It's like saying Jeremy's my gay straight friend.
Completely differently.
Jeremy's my gay straight
It's both
friend.
curved, and your momentum or whatever is like level or whatever. So it's like that's the linear part.
Yeah, but linear.
I could be wrong, bro.
Linear motion and curved motion.
I thought rim velocity was a curved linear.
No, if you're
curved, I don't know.
Curved and linear motion.
You're the expert.
Not an expert. I'm just saying it's like that's my gay straight friend, or that's my.
Well, like if you were on a clock hand, you were X sensitive, right? You might not feel if you were towards the center point of the clock.
Wait, you're talking. Okay, the problem is you're talking about a force and you're talking about motion. The force, you can describe that in one vector, but the motion It's a curve. It's the vector. It's going to be a curving path, so its vector is going to constantly be changing. So it's not really linear.
I agree, but that's what I'm saying. That question teases into that, bro. That question, they're gonna sit there and tell you. Well, I guess that's one of those like I smell a trap questions where it's like, well, depending on the acceleration rate. But no, if he's just referring to constant motion, then of course we know the answer to that. Even though you want to do deceptive things and lie about sensors on the roof of trains, but either way. I think there was definitely some questions at the end that I was feeling the same where I wanted to ask him the context.
Fair
But
enough.
if only right or wrong answers, I mean it definitely seemed like they were like straight up physics book questions where there would be an assumed right or wrong answer, definitely.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, I've taken engineering tests and that shit happens where you're looking like, what the fuck? Dude, I've been doing the chess puzzles. And they gave me one the other day. Yeah, I'm on the simple, like the early ones where you just bring the rook in and trap the king on the back row behind the pawns, and they give you the checkmate. And it's just going through the motions, different variants of that through the first couple hundred, 400, 500, 600. And then there was like a daily one, though, that it has a different rate. I don't know. I don't think it's rating based, but it was like that. You could just bring the queen down and checkmate the king in the back corner, but for some reason they wanted you to tease out and snatch a pawn and then checkmate, like do like 3 extra moves. And I'm like, I don't get it. Why? Like, you know, and it's just, it could have just been bad programming, you know, but it'll sit there and it'll taint your mind, you know what I mean? Being like, oh, the computer taught me this way. You know what I mean? Like, but that shit happens all the time, dude. Like, humans make errors. Shit gets on tests where, you know, it's messy or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I'm straight up checkmating the shit out of the king, dude. First move. They just give you the checkmate. And then it's going wrong answer. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, why? Motherfuckers checkmate. What's the problem? Yeah.
It's probably based on whatever lesson it's trying to teach you or something.
I mean, I would assume, yeah, but there's no fucking context, right? But yeah, it has to be something like that. Do you say zebra or zebra?
I'm American, so.
So why don't you say Zeppelin?
Why do I say what?
Zeppelin.
Oh, for Zeppelin? It's a different word, man.
I saw the video where they did America, British, and Australian. And like the British and Australians say the shit all the same. It's all different than America.
So there's a hilarious guy on TikTok where it's like an angel interviewing God, right? And the angel's like, we need a word for this, and then we need a word for that. But he uses words that are like all synonyms and shit, or it's all like the same word but means different things, or, you know, goofy shit like that. It's pretty good.
What's that called? I want to see this.
I don't even know the guy's name. Next time I see it, though, I'll shoot you a DM. Like he'll be like, I need a word for the bottom of your foot, and I'll be like, soul, and I'll be like, I need a name for when your spirit dies, and you know what I mean? Like he'll just use the word soul every time. It's like it's pretty funny. It's hilarious.
I'm gonna check it. What month do soldiers hate?
March.
Kosho is smart as a 7th grader.
Okay, well, if if April showers bring May flowers, what do May flowers bring?
4th of July.
Pilgrims.
Pollen.
Pilgrims.
I've heard this before. I don't remember. They bring back what?
Pilgrims.
Pilgrims.
Pilgrims. Mayflower.
Man, you should be ashamed of yourself.
He is.
Did everybody get to make a model of the Nina, the Pinta, or the Santa Maria when they were in grade school?
Well, it didn't do you any good.
I don't think if I made an art project out of the boats, I would remember the names. Bro, Kosha, were you there yesterday where like fucking Lewis was fucking saying Zant was needling him and shit? Did you hear all that shit yesterday, bro? I don't want to talk about the person. It was about kind of.
What do you mean needling?
Like Zant was taking the road of like, you know, oh well, like things add up, right? And Lewis was kind of, they were talking about careers and stuff, and then college. Mackie was around, you know. Jim.
I'm like, let's just simplify, and I don't think I'm doing him injustice here. He was maybe owning up to some underachievement or some underachievementness.
What do you mean? What do you mean owning up to it?
Like he was saying, hey, I have this career and I didn't go to school or something, and maybe stuff like that. Like maybe he was saying he
Zant was or Lewis was?
Lewis was. And then Zant was just kind of like, you know, he wasn't being really judgmental at all. I think he was just kind of being like, oh, well, you know, there's a reason why it happened or something. And I don't know. Lewis came back and he was so real, dude. He was so real with it. He was like, Zant, when you say this, and I'm sorry I don't remember the complete context, but like he goes, Zant, when you say this, is what I hear is society's perfect and there's something wrong with me. Because you know how like Mackie brings up the topic about how like schooling is less, there's like a monopoly on jobs because of, you know, the university system and stuff like that. They were kind of like down that road, right? And then Zant was maybe just kind of defending, they were talking about a better society, and maybe Zant was just like, yo, it is what it is or something. And Lewis is like, look, that makes me feel like you're telling me I suck, or, you know, like society, like, you know what I mean? They're bringing up the thing about being involved in school and you know, caring about it or loving it or something. And that's why my chain of thought came from building those art projects when I was little. But dude, they went off, dude. Like he was like fucking heated. I've never heard Lewis like that before.
So Zant can be a little insensitive sometimes.
No, I feel it. I can relate, and I found myself in the same spot where I'm like, bro, like Zant, I hear you too, Zant, but like think of this other person. You know what I mean? Like, yo, you know. But no, I mean it was a little interesting, bro. But that point about like what we can do in society to have, you know, kids be way more interested in school. So many successful Americans drop out of school in 10th grade.
That's not true, but there are successful people who've done that, but it's not like so many of them have done that.
You're right.
But,
I'm putting a loop.
Yeah, I understand, man. But computer science and software engineers, you'll see a lot of them don't finish school and become greatly successful. There's other paths that are somewhat similar, but it's definitely not a rule. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely not. It's like
it's obvious that the school is a path to success, but it's just not for everybody, and you know people can become successful, you know, without it. But it's still that's not the majority. So. Thing is, Lewis has a job, and I don't think Zant does. So,
Man, I found weed in the bed. But yeah, yeah, Lewis is, I think, driving still or something.
but yeah, he just got a CFL, or sorry, what do you call that? It's the CFL. Is that right? CDL.
Canadian? Oh, CDL?
Yeah, CFL is a type of light bulb. CDL, I think, is the commercial truck driver's license.
Listen to these girls.
Why?
Dude, these girls are hilarious, man. Okay, you want to hear this? Let me hit y'all with Kosho. Listen to this. So we went to the one phone store. We were looking at phones, and they're like, the iPhone DL, or it's a baby iPhone. It's a new $400 one, right? It's called a iPhone something. And so she said, "Oh, look at this one. It's 400." They said, "We don't have any of those in stock." Okay. So then we left, and it's not like we were aiming for that phone. So don't let me mislead. We were aiming for a different phone. Okay, but we end up not trading or something. So then we got my kid and we went to a different location, a different of the same brand location. And I'm out in the car. I'm like, well, send him in and go look at the phones, right? I'm out in the car talking to y'all. She goes in there and comes back out talking about, well, you know how we were going to just get the bigger phone? We were going to trade in. It was going to be a 400 difference, right? And now we can't do the trade in. So instead of paying 700, do you just want to get that little one that was 400? She said, do you want to just get that little one? They have it here, right? At this other location. So I was like, well, okay, I'll get up and come in now. I asked my kid, is that what you want? He was like, sure. I said, okay, I'll get up and come in. So we get up and come in, we're looking at the phone, and then I was like, okay, so what do you want? This little one or maybe the 11, right? And the guy at the counter goes, oh, those are out of stock. We don't have any of those. The same as the other store. So now I look at my wife like, I thought you just fucking told me they had them here. You know, what the fuck? And she goes, oh, well, I assumed.
They are just cell phone clerks, man. You can't expect them to know everything.
Kosho, only females do. Come on, Kosho, that's only a girl. That's a girl thing. Because she saw the display. Tell us more. Tell us more, honey. Because you saw the display, same as we saw the display in the other location, and then they said they were sold out, right?
Don't worry, Don's wife. We're on your side too.
You gotta be kidding me.
I see why your kid wanted to fucking go home, dude.
I can see myself doing that. You go at one store, you ask them if they've got it, you go to the next store and you just kind of assume they do and ask them about a different model.
No, but then you go out and you ask your partner, come in, they have it here, and then you come out and tell the person that they have it there? What?
Like, I get why you're annoyed, but it's the kind of fuck up I would make.
Oh my God. I swear only women are that airheaded. I mean, come on. Look, okay, maybe if you want to be like a virgin to riding, that's fine. But we only do it at a certain frequency. I swear to gosh, my wife is always on. The airheadedness is constantly on. But God bless it, because I've testified many a times.
I don't know if you want to get laid anytime soon, but have you ever met Jeremy, dude?
Yeah. Well, met him, no. I mean,
I was just saying, it's not just women, right?
Jeremy is not like that, dude. Come on. Dude, you know what I'm talking. She's not listening. She's in the other room. You guys don't have to be walking on eggshells here, okay? Like, dude.
Well, can we ride on them?
Yeah.
I was gonna.
Oh my gosh. Dude. It just don't make no sense, bro. Make no sense.
It just will not stop raining in Russia. In Australia, I mean.
Oh.
I just looked at a picture of Russia and then said Russia instead.
Isn't that the first time you've had rain in about 73 years?
No, it's been okay, but then we get this La Nina thing every not 10 years, but like every now and then the weather patterns shift such that we get like monsoonal rains down here. And at the moment, like every day it is pissing down in the middle of summer.
Yeah, I bet you fucking love that though.
I do like, it's good for the farm, and I do like muddy trails to get out and ride on, but the rain's got to stop to go out and ride.
Right. You know what? I've absolutely no sympathy for you. You live in Australia. None.
Hang on, so you're miles from your mic. You say you
Oh,
have no
sorry.
sympathy.
I've absolutely no sympathy for you on in terms of weather because you live in Australia.
So how did that go down, Don? Did your wife find it funny that you were trying to get us to take your side? He's left. He's left in fury. He's back.
He's in trouble, dude.
Sorry. You said how did she? All right, my bad, writing. It discoed me. I got discoed. You asked, did my wife what?
Did your wife find it funny that you were calling for support and some of us were taking her side?
Oh yeah, but she doesn't have any logical reason why. I mean, she's just yelling, "Yeah, Kosho, it was a display and all this," and like she's like, "See, I told you." I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like, she just caught the first beginning of it where I was telling her, but man, I don't know, man.
I thought you just said I know.
No, I knew something I was about to tell you, but I don't know if it's really worth it. It must be a cool place over there in Australia.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It really.
Yeah, they put all the prisoners in the cool place.
Yep, that'll teach him. No more stealing bread for you.
There's people in America, who purposely go to jail because it's, they take care of you and shit like that. Like, your food and your meals and shit.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's people back in the day who just wanted a vacation or something, and so they stole some bread.
Some people go to jail just to get their teeth fixed.
I know
I've
you.
also heard that with healthcare too. If they know they got cancer or something like that, and they're like, "Oh, at least if I get sent to prison, I'll get 4 years of chemo."
4 years of chemo. I got 4 years of chemo, and I didn't have to break any laws.
Did you mean chemo, or did you?
He got that chemotherapy.
Chemotherapy
from chemo Spurs. Spurs gave you all that chemo for free. You didn't even have to go to jail. Your body rejected it though, and now you're still sick.
Still lost all my hair though.
Didn't lose those chubby cheeks though, did you?
No, they're chubbing right up more and more by the day.
Fucking chipmunk cheese gas motherfucker. Looking like your cheeks full of nuts. I said that. Kosho got jealous.
You're the nuts guy, man. You just say it's me.
Look, man, all I'm going to say is Coach is not the only Glober who likes sticks and balls.
Guy stole my granola bar.
Hey, Kosho, if you think that, okay, how about this idea? This is going to be a convoluted idea, but I'm going to say it anyways. What if back in the day, okay, let's say the Earth, let's say from your perspective, the Earth really is a globe, right? So what if there were people, this is just a complete fantasy story. It's just funny. And it's probably convoluted, but okay. What if people like before Copernicus's age or even before the Greeks or whatever, that there were people that were like going around globe smacking people. Like they knew it was a globe, you know, even though everyone else thought it was flat. And they're walking around being like, dude, I got something to tell you, man. The Earth is actually a globe, dude. It's a ball. It's spinning. There's gravity. We're in a huge universe. And then everybody denied them.
I think that happened.
Definitely happened. There's a funny old home on the range, little house on the prairie video. It sums that up for me. You remember that video where it's like the pilgrim and the school teacher, the little pretty lady's teaching the kids about the ball, and then the pilgrim daddy comes over and he's like, "You stop that blasphemy now."
Now, Kosho would have been like, "Listen, we know it's flat. All the scientists and shit, they all saying it's flat. It's been flat for hundreds of years. We got Matt." Like Kosho would have been.
The girl says, "We always were taught it was flat. You don't listen to that, young girls."
Here, Jeremy was in the middle of his joke. I appreciate you fucking.
Go ahead, Kosho.
Get him off. Can you hear Jeremy?
You would have been a hardcore flat earther.
Yeah, the only difference between that reality and the reality we have right now, and the switcheroo you're trying to make, is there were no scientists back then who were claiming it was flat, and then people said it was a globe. The people who were claiming it was flat weren't scientists. They weren't even teachers. They were just, it was probably like
religious people.
Wait a minute, though.
Leaders
I have a bone to pick. Define what a scientist is.
A guy gets paid to do science.
Okay, so I can do science. So you said I can't do science without getting paid?
No, I would say you were a scientist, but yeah, you can do science.
Okay, so if I'm doing science, that makes me a scientist,
Only
right?
if you're getting
Whether I'm getting paid
paid
for it or not.
science.
Yeah, if you get paid,
Would you call like somebody like a professional footballer if they just played on the weekends?
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, let me address that. You said professional football player. If I say I'm a football player and all I do is get together with a bunch of buddies and go play football, I'm still a footballer, you can say. I'm not a professional footballer. I don't get paid to be a professional footballer. But a scientist can be anybody. There was a lot of people that were doing science before they ever got paid. A lot of our so-called scientific discoveries are based upon people that were not getting paid to be scientists.
Yeah, perhaps, but I would say that would be misleading if you, like, if somebody was recognized for the science they did and they weren't getting paid at the time, I'd still say they were scientists. But if you play football and you tell people you're a football player, but you just play with your friends on the weekend, I would say that would be a misleading way of expressing it. But I guess it wouldn't only be people who get paid, but it would have to be kind of the thing that defines you. If that was what you brought on people.
Now, here's the problem with being paid as being a scientist. If you're getting grants to do certain scientific work, to try to prove something or disprove something, and you're getting paid to do that, would that not create biases within that field?
Could definitely do. Quite possibly.
So
Huge conflict of interest. Also, you have the case where you're paying people to do stuff, and if they're not getting the results you want, they're not going to keep funding you, right? They've actually blackballed people for that.
Yeah, it's possibility that bias and dodginess sneaks in. I don't think that there's any rational person would suggest.
What's being conflated here, though, guys, is the word and how the word works in your mind. So the word scientist, Paul's right. Like anyone doing any science is a scientist, but how that word works in people's brain is they see a picture of a guy in a white lab coat getting paid by some higher authority to investigate something professionally. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's well said.
Yeah, but then you're claiming that every student in high school is a scientist, and every elementary school kid is a scientist, and I could say they're doing science, but I think it would be, again, misleading if you said, yeah, I met a couple of scientists, and you're talking about a couple of elementary school kids who did experiments in class.
Yeah, so by strict definition, they are scientists at that point, at that moment. But it's how that word works in your mind based on societal, normalities of how we view that word.
Yeah,
Isn't
but
that?
I think the point I was making
Convention.
I think the point we're making about footballer is the same, right? If I said I'm a teacher, that's going to do something in your mind. And then if you said, oh, okay, where do you teach? I'd be like, oh, no, I just sometimes explain things to people, and that means that I teach them, and therefore I'm a teacher. You would be like, what's a weird, like that.
Yeah, exactly. But it's kind of both sides of it have validity. Both sides of this discussion have validity.
Context. What do you do for fun? What do you what do you do to fill your time? It depends on how it's asked. What do you like?
Amateur astronomers actually discovered things that people that are so-called paid astronomers didn't find. When you call them astronomers, even though they're amateur, and they just say they made discoveries, even though they didn't get paid for it.
Well, I said it's not necessarily only people who get paid. I was just using that as a distinction. I said that later though. I said, yeah, it's not just people who get paid, because you can just, it could be what how you're defined. But I don't think that anybody who's doing science in school or just happens to be doing a science experiment or engaged in science makes them a scientist. But and you said, yeah, it's just the way we use it colloquially, but that's kind of what determines the meaning of a word. So
yeah, and plus I think that for an astronomer who's just doing it in their backyard, even if they've got a fair bit of kit, when it came to like talking about that on the news or a astronomer at a university describing it to a lecture, I think they'd probably say an amateur astronomer actually made this discovery.
Like Tesla's a good example of somebody who people claim did science, and he did do some science and had some theories and stuff, but I think he was more of an engineer than a scientist.
He didn't want to get wrapped up in the
science.
But he probably didn't want to get wrapped up in the scientific community, because I think he actually made a comment like scientists these days are wandering through mathematical models that have no relation to reality, something like that.
He's referring to theoretical science specifically.
Science, yeah.
A
lot of the scientists were.
We were completely wrong. Fauci is the science. You forgot. Fauci is the science. He said it. If you question him, you're questioning the science.
If you don't mind, guys, I'm going to harpoon the elephant in the room. I think the reason that there's a debate over what a scientist is and how it's defined is because the word scientist is used in a way to give something or someone credibility for their finding. And so then there's an equivocation between a scientist, i.e. someone who's paid to do science and therefore has some kind of legitimacy, versus a scientist who is someone who does science part-time. When really what matters is whether they're just doing legitimate science. It doesn't actually matter if they are a quote-unquote scientist or not.
Is that right? Because what did Fauci find out?
Sorry?
You said their findings. What did Fauci find out?
I don't know. I don't care about Fauci.
I think Fauci found out that if you fund virus, and you know what? Let's not get into that here. I don't know how hard their YouTube's going down.
He's good at one thing: is keeping his job. Basically, that's what he's good at. He didn't find out shit.
Well, let's not though. Let's not go down there.
Yeah. Anyway,
Just for the YouTube. I mean, I don't know. Is Geo? What's up? How hard they coming down on us for the, being able to say what we want and shit. He might not be here.
They're burning the books. Yeah, did you hear the upgrade in the Discord TOS? Now we can't have any misinformation. So Falcon must be legit.
We're gonna end up like 1984, George Orwell shit. These major platforms, YouTube can censor what they want, Facebook can censor what they want. I mean, that's where everyone's at. If we don't have the freedom to speak, if we can't speak freely, it's not like we're saying anything crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
It's always the same. It's just
We're not saying crazy things, Kosha.
The Earth is flat, bro.
You guys are saying the crazy stuff. You
You
guys
got
are
all
in
the
here
freedom
like,
of speech you want, Jeremy. They just cut your tongue out. That's all. But then after they've done that, you can say whatever you want.
It's really tricky because who decides if it's misinformation?
yeah, they're walking a thin line, absolutely.
The people who own the website.
Right? Is God misinformation? Is prayer, religion? See, that's the next thing they're gonna cut out.
Let's call on the shots, Kosha, to the left wing people in America.
No, just Discord. They can decide anything they want arbitrarily.
Is my Bible
That's what I'm saying.
misinformation because it says the earth takes shape like clay under a seal? Is that misinformation?
That's what I'm saying. If there's
an
an elite group doing things and they want to control what people are talking about, what people can and can't say, and all of a sudden some little place like Discord gets popular and they offer the guy 10 or 100 or $5 billion or whatever, money's no object to these people. So they can pretty much buy anything they want. So anything that gets popular, they can buy out, change the algorithm, change the TOS to make it so people can talk about one thing. We're never going to be able to say what we want. We're going to be controlling it because there are always going to be those people that are buying out the little Discords or the little YouTubes and stuff once they get popular, right?
No one's bought Discord though. They're changing the terms of service on their own accord.
Yeah, well, maybe it was already owned by the elite people that are controlling it. Maybe that's why it didn't get bought out yet.
Possibly not, though.
Well, it might not be something changing hands in terms of the ownership. It might be that the servers that they run on have certain stipulations, or there might be a whole. Who really knows?
Why would Discord change the TOS all of a sudden?
Well,
actually, the TOS all the time, aren't they?
Yeah, platform providers change their terms of services constantly. I don't think it's an issue. But I do think that this is going to be an issue for this debate because the way that they've defined bannable content is more or less anything. And so that's, that's
basically anything?
Have you read the term? I can't remember the exact wording, but it was like basically, from what I remember, it was anything that could be perceived as misinformation. Right?
So pretty much anything.
Yeah, anything could be. I have to
unless you're giving like a chicken noodle soup recipe. I mean, even then, possibly. I don't know. That's they're basically saying if we don't like it, out of here.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up. You'll see it's extremely vague, worryingly vague.
So I mean, what are you gonna do? Maybe the elite was already controlling them. Maybe they just want to have control over what gets said on their shit. I don't know. I feel like like what I said still holds true, that anyone that gets popular, if there are elites control what people are saying, what people are talking about, and what people hear, right? If those people do exist, they're definitely going to start being the ones that own it right off the rip. They're like, oh, you know, a new Instagram, a new Snapchat, a new Discord, new TikTok, Telegram. We need to get in on that right away. Or they
That's
down
the
the
best
line, or
response.
they're just the ones that started up in the first place.
That's it. That's the best response that globalism had to the flat Earth is to ban it, censor it, remove your account, delete you, because that's the only really way they can control it from growing.
But they haven't banned it or
I
censored it yet.
I think it's similar to what Jeremy said, but for a different reason. I think that doing once you get big enough, you know that there's going to be eyes on you. For a tiny platform that no one uses, there's the government and the papers and stuff aren't going to devote enough attention to care whether you're, you know, sharing medical misinformation or whatever else. But once you become really big, that's where the risks come in. I think it's the same for nations, right? Small nations can break the laws and genocide people, and nobody really bats an eye. But if you're a big world player, people don't stand for that shit.
Oh, I
But
would say
eggshells. Wait, eggshells. What if the flat Earth is next, though? Then what?
Say again?
What if the flat Earth is next?
Flat Earth is next. What?
If they are you saying
Could
what
be
if they
banned.
genocide Flat Earth next?
no, he's not saying that.
What if they're being censored next?
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't be keen on that, but simply because I think that you have to make the decision based on potential harm. And I can see that if it comes to medical misinformation, how they square that and go, well, that could lead people to harm. Whereas Flat Earth, I don't think leads people to harm. I think an interesting one could be things like the soft-set thing I keep getting interested in, because that does seem to lead people to go to prisons or, you know, shoot at law enforcement officials and stuff like that. But I don't see the Flat Earth. Flat Earth seems fairly harmless.
Can you define what medical? Can you define what medical information is or misinformation?
What's up, Rags?
What's up?
No, let's not even do that. Let's not, please don't do that. Sorry, Paul.
Okay.
I can't. Just
That's
YouTube.
okay.
All right, it's not me. I would let everyone talk about anything they fucking wanted because I don't care. But it's like YouTube's a bunch of bitches.
Well, it's really just him defining what it is. But if you don't want to just brought up, that's perfectly fine.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. What do you think?
He can
Go
say
ahead, define it.
definition.
I'm
Go ahead.
able
Define
to-
it for us.
I've got no idea. I don't know. I'm not able to define it.
It just seems like it's anything against the mainstream narrative of medicine, basically.
I mean,
That's what I would say.
they defined it in
Because
their thing.
I'm not going to bring any specific topics up, but some things that were considered medical misinformation are becoming mainstream now. So I'm not going to bring any topics up to protect, but I mean, we could go off a list of things that are mainstream that were considered misinformation.
They defined it in their.
I can give you their list if you want. If you want Discord's list, it's anti-jab content, medically unsupported and dangerous cures for disease, content that distorts information about disease, and any content that could hinder the resolution of a public health emergency.
Yeah, it's basically it's just stuff that can be perceived as actually being harmful towards somebody else or other people.
But see, that's subjective. So that's the problem. Even that's subjective, because what may be considered problematic today may not be tomorrow, and that's again, you've seen that happen even now. So that's so subjective, and it's really dependent upon whoever is in control of whatever they think and interpret it. I can't get into examples. We're not going to do that. So, but that's happened. That happens. That's been happening.
Sure, but I mean, it might be good tomorrow could be an argument used for shooting yourself in the face. Hey, we don't know. Maybe shooting yourself in the face is good. We don't know. That science could change tomorrow, right? It's not a reasonable argument to go, but the science changes, so it might come to encounter all of these things. So let's start drinking polonium tea, like in case maybe nuclear material is good for humans.
Yeah, basically it's just their way of saying, like, we want to control your bodies the most. That's our number one thing. Number two is the worldview. Number three is XYZ. But the most important thing is that we control your bodies. That's what they're saying, with all the severe censorship around it and all the medical monstery. Because that's one of the ways they control humanity at the most direct level. They control our death. They control money. They control our health. And they can control people the way they want,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
but couldn't we argue that they just want to or they need to keep them, like, to keep the responsibility off of them from sharing that kind of information? And since they provide a platform, it's just their way of not being part of that issue. Kind of like YouTube does that.
There's already, or here in the U.S., there's already been our great doctor, starts with a word that I'm not going to say to protect from YouTube, but he basically said he called it the noble lie. He will tell you something that is, he himself knows is medical misinformation because he thinks there's some greater good that would be accomplished. So now, if you're going to talk about misinformation, would you not say a medical expert in a field, in a government agency, that's actually himself giving out misinformation because there's some kind of greater good supposedly involved in that? Would that be misinformation?
If it's a lie, then yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know this person who's giving out
So
false.
why is this person not banned from all platforms because he gave out misinformation?
Did you report him?
Do it on their platform?
What's that?
Did he do it on their platform?
Oh yeah, he's all over. He's all over YouTube. He's all over YouTube, so he should be banned no matter where he's at. All his videos of him saying these things should be gone.
Are you
And whoever reposted it? I mean, I haven't, but I guess I could.
I believe when the pandemic started, it was very pertinent that you weren't to buy masks because they didn't help at all. And then they lied and said, well, we said that so you wouldn't buy all the masks up at once.
Yep.
So it was an admitted lie, a noble lie.
It's called the noble lie. Sounds like misinformation to me, but who am I to say?
But it's
Yeah, I
interesting
don't
that,
believe
like,
shit.
it's like our bodies are our own bodies. So why should somebody else be controlling and censoring what other people say about possible health effects of things? It just seems so bizarre. It's like we're actually all we're in ownership of our own bodies. Shouldn't we be able to talk about it freely about what we take or don't take or what we want to do with it?
It's the same reason why you won't allow people to talk about it on the server, because you don't want to be responsible for other people for something that could cause a problem. So for a problem that somebody else is causing, but you're going to be the one who's responsible for relaying the message. You're providing the platform to do so, and you're going to be the one held accountable. And
No. Okay. I don't feel that way at all, though. I'm not. The only reason that we're doing any of that is because YouTube and Twitch and all these things will censor and take down the channels. If that wasn't the case, I would have zero restrictions on any speech whatsoever.
That's what Kosho's saying, though.
That's what I'm saying, man. Is that they don't want to be legally liable if something happens. They don't want to be any bit responsible, by some other authority. It may not have nothing to do with what they want to do morally. It may just be a legal way of leaving that, or separating them from the responsibility.
Well, let's think about this. Let's think about this legally for a second.
Okay, I thought you. Okay, sorry. I just thought you meant that I was concerned with being responsible if other people say things, which is not the case.
No.
If you're saying YouTube's that way, yeah, okay.
Yeah, they're the same as you in that their legal team have probably made a decision and they've gone, if we don't crack down on this ourselves voluntarily, we will possibly find enforcement action against us. We will possibly find that there is legislation or acts passed in Parliament or whatever it might be that destroys our whole platform or seriously inhibits it or causes lots of costs. Exactly the same situation you're in. If I let people say that, I might find enforcement action against me. I might lose my channel, lose my server. It's both are the same thing.
Yeah, but I think YouTube are the elite. I don't think they would lose their shit.
Well,
you think someone would
it's
sue them? You think
Google.
someone could watch a
It's
medical
Google.
misinformation video? You think
Google
someone could
owns
watch a
YouTube.
You think someone could watch a medical misinformation video and do that and then sue them? Be like, oh well, YouTube told us to do this, and then sue them or something like that. You're saying?
Yeah, the flat Earth was, I think, the catalyst for starting to think about it this way. With the whistleblower guy whose name I forget, who left and said the algorithm was feeding this to people, to flat Earthers' own testimony that they started watching stuff on 9/11, and a week or so later found themselves down a flat Earth rabbit hole. that these videos can change people's minds, and they're concerned that they will be held accountable for that. They don't want, like, imagine, like, let's imagine Google didn't. Google just said, we're not legally required to suppress that content, so we won't. And they had people, you know, claiming that, like, it's okay to drink polonium, and people sharing gun, you know, ghost gun recipe or bomb recipes online, and people are blowing up left and right. What do you think would happen
all
next?
the keywords. You're saying all the keywords. We
This
just
just
got flagged
happened.
so many times. Listen,
It
there's
just
nothing wrong
happened.
with wanting people to look into 9/11. Let's say, right? That's fine. People looking at 9/11, that's fine if nothing's wrong. But if you're an elite group trying to control shit, and you actually did fucking have something to do with 9/11, and you've been running the world for however many years, you're going to be at the head of Google, like, or head of YouTube, like, yo, we need to shut this shit down, change the algorithm. Do it.
Yeah, guys, this just happened. There's a app called Parler, and when Trump was and Biden were going at it there during the election, a lot of conservatives were on Parler, and they said Trump won. So they completely removed the Parler app. They shut it down with Apple iTunes Store, Apple App Store rather, and Google shut down Parler app for 9 months before they let it come back up recently. So that just happened to Parler app.
Sure.
By the way, I think Paul, I think I might have interrupted you earlier. Sorry, I don't, it's still on my mind because I think I did interrupt you. I don't know if you still remember what you were going to say.
And yeah, Jeremy, I may have never mind.
The thing is, Coach, but you and Riding were trying to say that if somebody said something on this platform, that I would be responsible for it or something. But see, I don't see it.
No, I'm saying your motivation for policing that activity is not dissimilar to their motivation. I don't think that they have any other motivation other than to prevent any kind of trouble from owning the responsibility of providing the platform to share that type of information. I don't think that they are in any way concerned by it, for any other reason other than for that reason, which is the same as you. There's no reason for you to not allow people to talk about that, except for the fact that the consequences of being a platform that allows people to do that.
All you got to do is get that disclaimer from a professional guy saying the thoughts and views of the people on this show do not represent the thoughts and views of Earth Awake. You know that disclaimer they always put in front of shit. That's all you got to do.
I told Jim to put that on his show every Sunday, and
Yeah.
he gets his shows taken down regardless.
So, Coach, what you're trying to say is that if we, ask people not to talk about these things that will get us shut down, you're just saying that we're doing that, like the moderators are doing that, because we don't want the consequences of YouTube shutting us down.
Yeah.
So you're just saying that that's similar to YouTube doing it because they don't want the government shutting them down, or
Not shutting them down, but any consequences from not allowing people to use their platform to do that.
Yeah,
whatever the consequences is.
But I could easily see governments around the world passing legislation that YouTube is now has to, like, individually check videos before they go up, or something that would just be horrendously expensive for their business model.
We're heading to 1984. George Orwell shit, guys. I'm telling you.
Like,
Ban
let's
the
say-
books, ban the websites.
Imagine it the other way around. Imagine that, like, let's say the Earth's flat, and the things you're saying about these things are accurate, and there is a group of people going around recommending something that you think is injurious to people, right? And they're saying, hey, if you get a little bit of polonium, and I can put you in touch with a supplier, and you inject it into your body, it'll make you better. You'll get superpowers. You'll be impervious to disease or something like that. And you're in charge of the world, and it's a flat Earth, and you've sort of deposed the government or something like that. Now you're the government, and you find that there's a large number of people sharing this thing that, when you look at their claims, you go, these are false. This is causing people to get sick. Would you see the case, even if you might not do it yourself, would you see the case for going, maybe we should stop these people for suggesting they inject polonium into their body?
No. All you would
can't
do is
force people.
Yeah, all you would want to do is maybe try to get out the correct information, but that doesn't require shutting anyone down. You would just get out you would maybe just tell people, hey guys, that's actually this and that, and then let the people make their own mind up.
Sure. And what then if you found that getting out the right information, you know, that old saying, like the lie will go around the world twice before the truth has got its boots on. What if you find that you're getting out the right information doesn't work? Because inherent with this polonium injection thing is, I don't trust them. They're the government. They've got it in for themselves. They're just telling you this non-polonium thing because they're trying to, you know, make more profit out of not being healthy. And you find that you're getting out the right information doesn't actually help, and people are in increasing numbers injecting polonium into their bodies.
Then you let people be free.
Okay. What about their children?
I mean, technically, you could charge somebody with a crime if they killed their child. That has nothing to do with, you know, misinformation. It has to do with what they're doing. That's a thing, but that's not censoring information. That's not stopping free speech.
Sure. So, and you find that you're regularly prosecuting parents for injecting polonium into their babies, and you're saying, geez, these parents keep doing this, and we do keep prosecuting them. They do keep going to prison, but it seems like it's this mind virus of people sharing dodgy information seems to be the source of it.
The cure cannot be worse than the disease, right? So you have to weigh both sides.
Well, we've already got this going on. We have a globe Earth lie that's been spread like psychopathy fucking on steroids. So we already have a massive lie that has been spread to the entire world. The problem is the people that spread it are also the one in control. So I mean, we already like this fear of misinformation getting out there. The people in control that are trying to put the restrictions on other people, they are the misinformation. They're the ones doing it. They are the king of it.
Right. Yeah.
And they've already caused massive death and illness and all kinds of problems with medicine. All of mainstream medicine, not all, but most of it is misinformation about how the body works and about all that shit. It kills more people than. So I mean, they are the leaders of the misinformation.
Yeah, I'm not unaware of that claim. What I'm just testing is, like, if you were in charge and you found some of that misinformation to be harmful, would you see a case for trying to suppress that if you found that just sharing your truth wasn't working and people were still believing that misinformation?
No, because I still think it's wrong to suppress that. That it would still be wrong to do that. So no, I wouldn't think that's a good idea. People, I would respect people with their own sovereignty to make up their own mind, to come to their own conclusions. And if there was some like injection thing, there's well, okay, I won't go on that whole sidetrack, but that would be up to those people. So no, I don't think it's ever right to try to suppress people's capacity to share information. All one can do is get out the right information, and then it's up to those people to decide what they do.
I think that's a noble position. I just think the reality is people who really think like that don't make it into positions of power, and or people who think like that and make it into positions of power quickly change their mind on that, because I just don't see evidence of people in power who are like, oh, people can say whatever they want. What I tend to notice is the more power they've got, the more likely they are to want to suppress certain kinds of speech.
Yeah, and I agree with you, but that's because the misinformation, the kings of misinformation are the ones that have built that whole structure to where now, if you're an honest person within that, now you get blackballed and fired and you lose your position. And so it's because it's all backwards from the first place. It's like trying to do something right within a system that's full of just, corruption it's a tough thing. It's like if you were on a team of cops, and they're all corrupt and you're the one good guy. I mean, that's good, but it's like most likely you're going to get blackballed, fired, whatever's going to happen. You're not going to, unfortunately, if the whole system is already corrupt. It's like trying to fix a corrupt system from the inside. It's a tough thing to do.
Or you'd have to lie and pretend to be one of the dishonest ones until you got into a position where you could change things, which would then have you labelled as a hypocrite, which, humans don't like hypocrites. So it's a very difficult position to be in.
Yeah, or you'd have to be corrupt to get anywhere with them. Like, I've got a mate who's a cop, and I was asking about this, and I was like asking about his career and stuff, and then started talking about corruption, and yeah, it certainly does seem the case that, like, if you want to be completely straight as a die, you just stay at the bottom. But that's because I think Australian cops are pretty corrupt.
Well, I thought your idea earlier was interesting, because what if we flip it this way? How about, let's say, the Earth is a stationary plane, and let's say everyone on Earth in this theoretical time period I'm just making up right now, let's just say everyone knows it's a stationary plane. Everybody's happy. We have free energy. We don't have to work for anyone. We just work for ourselves, like, build our own homes and nice things or whatever we want to do, and we're just completely free. Let's say there's virtually no crime. Everyone's just totally on the same level with each other. Everyone's in love with each other, and we're just rocking out under this beautiful, in this beautiful creation under the tents of the heaven, and we're just absolutely rocking out. And then there's a group within that says, no, the Earth is a globe, so they start coming up with this globe idea. So they're spreading this misinformation. And then let's say along with their globe idea, they want to control people, and they want to, manipulate and lie and deceive and whatever. So now we have this utopian situation, and now we have this kind of string of misinformation, because that's obviously kind of the reverse of what they're trying to say with flat Earth. They're trying to say, oh, the Earth is a globe, and then, oh, these flat earthers are coming in to destroy science. So I'm kind of just trying to reverse it around. But if that were the case, and there was a small group of people trying to convince everyone the Earth is a globe, I don't think it would be right to just suppress those people. They should still have their free speech. If they want to say it's a globe, they should be able to do so. However, I still think it would be important, in my viewpoint, to speak the truth. I could speak my truth, and others could speak theirs. Then people could come to their own conclusion. But if that globe thing caught on to such a degree that it took over the whole, it's like a cancer. It's a problem. But I don't think that, it's like two wrongs don't make a right kind of a thing.
Yeah, I think important, like what we would all agree is that free speech is a area where it is necessary we be very careful about when and how we limit it. But I could, in that kind of a world, I could easily see a case for I would only go back to harm. But like, let's say these globers in a flat Earth are something about their agenda is reliably leading to harm, like they're sort of arming themselves up and hurting people or something like that, then absolutely I can see a case for suppressing it.
It's already happened. Hang on, it's already happened. You can't work, you can't shop, you can't go back and forth, you can't travel unless you inject yourself 3 times.
Right.
That's the thing for the globe. Like, if we're talking about the globe itself, I think the globe itself is actually a fairly destructive ideology to a lot of people. It crushes their ability to think about creation, being important. A lot of people think, oh, I'm just a speck in the universe. I don't matter. And this might not be like the conscious front of mind thoughts that people have, but they certainly will be having those thoughts at some point. The fact they don't matter is one element. Another element is the kind of like nihilism that might come with that, or I can hurt anyone because none of it matters anyway. All of those kinds of ways of thinking stem from a godless Big Bang creation story, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's possible. And it also depends, I think, on what you value. Like, to me, I think that a pleasant lie is worse than a truth. I think people are almost invariably more likely to live better, happier lives and cause less suffering to themselves and others if what they believe is true, even if that causes them to feel like, well, I don't have a place on the earth and I'm an insignificant speck. I also think you can find or give meaning to the world around you without having to be sort of have it deigned from above.
Yeah, and hang on. Also, have an abortion because you're just an animal, and use the stem cells to keep old rich people alive.
Yeah, they're tricky issues. I'm not. I think there can be difficult territories with that, and I also think there can be difficult territories with large amounts of religious violence. I don't think it's a one-sided debate.
Yeah, it's also false dichotomy to me. Like, I wasn't really talking about religion versus atheism. I was talking specifically about a godless explanation for existence. You don't have to be religious to believe in a creator or a god. But the other thing that I was really talking about is more in a meta sense, not in terms of the individual. Because sure, any individual can have any experience, can be composed of any genetics, and end up with any set of circumstances, right? But if you're talking across hundreds, thousands, millions of people, these patterns become more predictable. And that's really what I was saying, is that in an atheistic, Big Bang, godless existence, people are more likely to tend towards those things.
So what are the bad things that they tend towards?
Well, I guess I'll jump in here because I was going to say this before. Like, how many people have committed suicide in a mind state that it was rooted in the globe Earth? I'm not saying because the Earth is a globe. I'm saying that the idea that they're this insignificant speck on an insignificant planet in this huge universe, and obviously they're in a lot of pain and suffering, whatever is going on, and so their thought is, I don't matter, none of this matters, F it, I'm going to kill myself. How many have done that? Just from that mindset.
Geo, the suicide rate is higher among atheists, so that is really happening.
Yeah, suicide rate is higher amongst atheists. That is true. I think a life is someone's own to take. I abhor the idea of somebody doing it while in a crisis, but for somebody experiencing long-term suicidal ideation, it's their life to take in my book.
For what that's worth, though, it may be true that today, I don't know, you look at people who commit suicide, there's more atheist people, but that's not, that's not to say that the people who have either killed themselves to something completely based on them being religious or completely based on them not being religious is probably the former than the latter. There's probably more people who kill themselves in the name of their religion than, just because they weren't religious.
Yeah. And there's also a question to ask about, like, just those numbers don't give anything towards the why. Because I believe last time I dug this up, that was only true if you were either very low socioeconomic status, low IQ, or atheist in a high religious area. And that I can see as having different social effects. If you're an atheist, but your family all want to go to the mosque every, and pray 5 times a day, and you aren't able to express your true thoughts about the world because your dad gets angry every time you do, I don't think that's atheism making them kill themselves. I think it's social exclusion. So there could be a lot of other factors that factor into that. But
I think suicide is also higher suicide among the rich as opposed to the poor.
Yeah, this is exactly what this paper is saying. So it might be due to underreporting in religious countries. The difference may be real, although it's not known whether the negative association between religion and suicide is due to integrative benefits such as social cohesion as proposed by Durkheim in 1951.
Well, part of the reason people commit suicide, I mean, I obviously can't say for all, but part of it is a crisis of meaning, a lack of meaning. And so if your life is meaningless, then why live it, kind of thing. Like it would make no difference. So might as well just shut the lights off, versus there being, purpose and intention and beauty and, that the universe cares about you. Not to go into this whole other topic, but in terms of astrology, like the actual movements of the luminaries, one of the things that people realize when they really look into that is like, oh my God, the universe cares about me. Not only does it care about me, but it intimately is correlated with the cycles of the sky and the cycles of my life. So there's like a profound depth of meaning there when you realize that, okay, this particular cycle is going on and then this particular thing is happening. It actually, it's just saturated in meaning and purpose, which would be the opposite of sort of an atheistic, lack of meaning, nihilistic kind of viewpoint.
I don't know if that's true, really. I mean, there's people who are into astronomy aren't into it just because of the pretty pictures.
No, I said astrology.
I know what you said. I know what you said. But I'm saying that the people who are not into astrology and are only into astronomy or are into the cosmology of the way the universe is,
for the checks,
there's probably meaning and emotion that they attribute to many different aspects of it, like the creation of it and their place in it and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think that's true.
For me. The idea that we're a species stuck on a rock, all fighting one another, but in essence also working together to continue to bring joy to one another, but also to continue to survive, does bring meaning. It brings a lot of meaning. Part of what interests me about skepticism is exactly that. we understand the world better, we can behave better within it and be more successful. It's also why Chronic, like when I asked Chronic his so what for looking at these Jovian exoplanets, it's to see whether humans could survive our sun going supernova. So he's like looking at the existence of the human race. What is it, 30 or 3 billion years from now? Like
about three.
That to me is meaning.
Okay, so Coach is saying that astronomy can give meaning. Astronomy.
Hang on. Let me respond to Eggshells. Are you more special or less special if there's only one planet with life, or if there's, according to math, a lot of planets?
Doesn't affect my specialness. I determine my specialness by the impact I have on other people. If I improve their lives, if they miss me when I'm gone, if I make them think new thoughts or make something easier or make them laugh a bit, that's where my meaning comes from. Not because there could be somebody else doing the same thing on a distant planet far away.
Well, there's a certain like
Hang on, let me use math.
the word
If
disenchanted.
an asteroid came and destroyed the Earth, mathematically, on a cosmic scale, it wouldn't matter.
Okay.
So
if
zero.
If that's your opinion on it, that's certainly not my opinion on it. And
Zero.
this is, I think, a really important thing about a lot of the atheist debate is to not take atheists at their word. When atheists say, I find meaning, to continually reassert to them, no, you don't, your life is meaningless to you, it is not only just like factually incorrect if that's not their own self-assessment, it to me also says you don't quite get it.
Yo, if a quasar blew up in a black hole, would the light be able to escape? Or what are those crazy things? Not quasar. Begins with an N, maybe.
Magnetar.
Supernova.
What are they called?
A
Goshen knows they
supernova?
predicted them with LIGO. What is it?
Is that a supernova?
Supernova, that's it. That's when the massive massive energy ejection
Yeah, go on.
thing. Is that it?
Yeah.
Yo, if that shit went off in a black hole, would the light escape?
I have no idea.
Supernovas are how black holes are formed.
Are you saying if it happened right next to it, would the light get out or would it be sucked in? I imagine.
No, like inside. Like there's a black hole and then a supernova happens. A supernova is when a sun implodes.
I thought when it
How is
explodes.
a supernova made?
I thought it explodes then implodes. Pulses.
Well,
Sorry,
it
so
implodes, then explodes.
Oh, does it? There you go.
Well, yeah, because
Okay,
it's just like the pressure. It's a constant battle between the pressure and the outward. It's the outward pressure and the inward gravitation, and then eventually the inward gravitation wins.
All right, listen.
And creates a
Fine.
massive pressure.
I don't want to take it off. Were you guys in the middle of something before? Because I just like kind of jumped in with that. Did you have like final thoughts on that or something? I missed final thoughts on Marina. Those were neat. I could just outright slander people and there's nothing they could do.
Mine would be pretty long.
No,
Oh my god, yours were terrible.
I get what people's feeling is. If they feel they are getting meaning from religion, I get that they go, oh, therefore no religion equals no meaning. I just don't think that's true. I'm sure you can find some atheists who think that, but I think that's a rarity. Like, Kosho, how would you describe your religious persuasion?
Well, I'm not by a single word, I guess, but I wouldn't. I'm not atheist. Like, I believe in this. Yeah, I use this. I use the word other people's use, and so other people say God, so I believe in God. Yeah.
Yeah, right. What about Jim Baroni?
What was the question?
Do you think there's a God?
I mean, I'm leaning towards no.
Does that make you want to commit suicide?
Not particularly.
Do you have meaning in life?
Sure.
Like, to me, it's more meaning because I get to decide it.
Yeah, I don't feel like I'm subject to some divine plan or anything. I don't feel that way at all. I feel like I'm making it up as I go along a bit.
Maybe that is the plan. Quantum computing.
I thought you would say that.
Well, I think there's definitely a lot of subtleties to all this, but I think on a larger scale, the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm itself incorporates a baseline of disenchantment, because in that worldview, everything is just physical. We just evolved out of, the primal soup of the Big Bang, of the whatever. All we are is just our neurons happen to be firing in our brain to make our life.
Yep,
and when we die, the lights just turn off. So, I mean, within that is inherent a certain lack of meaning and a certain disenchantment. Like the cosmos is not ensouled and enchanted, but instead is disenchanted, separated, and made into just materialistic, things bouncing around.
You don't think that's cool though? Like all of that happened, and we ended
That
up here.
sucks.
So it seems like it's your impression of it, because like I can come up with a similarly dystopian impression of what it's like to be religious, and that is that I am incapable of determining right from wrong, and I must adhere to the wishes of somebody who repeatedly engaged in genocides. I'm not in charge of my own destiny, and everything I do here is just setting me up for either reward or punishment in the next life with scant evidence either way. And why bother staying alive? Like, if I could go and cast out my sins, go and get forgiven now, then shouldn't I just walk into traffic directly after that? Because the only possibility after I've been forgiven of my sins is that I start sinning again, and then I'm back to square one. I'm back to eternal punishment. So shouldn't I go get forgiven of sins and then just try my hardest to die without killing myself, because that's a sin, and live my whole life in fear of eternal torment?
No, because life is precious.
I don't agree with any of those.
Exactly. That's the point, Gio. You don't agree with any of that. So why do you think I would agree with your similarly desolate view of my internal state? You don't agree with mine in exactly the same way that I don't agree with yours.
Oh my God, this is so twisted and convoluted. First of all, I never said anything about your worldview or what you think. I talked about the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm. I never said anything about writing or whether you like religions or anything. First of all,
about Geo.
And secondly, I didn't say anything about all the. What I was saying is that I don't agree upon the particular religious tenets that you set out around sinning and going somewhere when you die and judgments and all that. I'm not a Christian, maybe is what you're referring to. So I'm just saying I don't agree with.
I didn't say you did. But this is exactly the point. You're reacting to something that doesn't even describe your mind state. But I wasn't saying this is Geo. I'm just saying the same argument can be leveled against any worldview, because everybody treasures their own one and thinks the other ones are bad. It's not an insightful thing to go, my one good, your one bad. I could do the same for your worldview if I understood it well enough.
I didn't say anything was bad. I didn't say anything about your worldview, and I think you're making a bunch of assumptions. I'm talking about the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm. I'm talking about an entire paradigm. I'm not talking about one human's religious or atheistic or anything. I'm talking about a paradigm that has been pushed as one of the core paradigms that drives modern day quote unquote science. I'm not talking about individual people and any of that. I was talking about the actual paradigm itself and what that sets up philosophically for people.
Sure, I'm talking about a religious paradigm in which there is life after death, and this is but practice for the next stage. That's the paradigm I'm talking about. One that believes in a theistic God.
Sounds a lot cooler though if you have something after death than just that's it and the lights are off, right? Yeah, like just the lights are off. That's it. That sucks.
But I mean, whether something sucks isn't a very good indicator of what.
That's true. That's true. Somebody earlier was like, "That sounds cool," and I was like, "No, it don't." She'll explain it all the whole thing. I was like, "That don't sound good." That one part about nothing, the lights going out and that's it.
I mean, I can take it both sides though. Like that is the cool view and Hindus is stopping existing, being released
I thought
from
that was.
being forced to
I
keep
thought that was just the
life
goal
over and over again, and Nirvana is actually non-existence. Hindus as well. Nirvana is from
Well, I know it does,
Buddhism
but I thought
comes
like
out of
Buddhism
Hinduism.
was unique in that you want to enter that state of like non-existence.
Buddhism's much stronger on the all life is suffering business, but both have this idea that you keep reincarnating until you get it right, and then when you get it right, you stop.
Or maybe I was wrong. Sorry.
Possible I've got it wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's it.
Because I knew that like for definitely the Buddhists.
Yes.
Sure. Well, then again, Hinduism isn't actually like a united religion. It's like many different
Seems like they're
religions under like the same umbrella.
Monotheisms started going exclusive. They just added gods rather than
That's what
real.
That's what Grant says. He grew up on it.
Yeah, it's definitely the case. There's South Indian gods and North Indian gods and stuff like that. When I came across other ones, I mean, which was also the case in other parts of the world. And the god was usually named after the city, and you would go into one city and worship one, and go into another city and worship another, and that's the same way it was in India. It's just that monotheism, kind of took over.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe address something that maybe I didn't understand what you said properly, but do you know that there are 45,000 denominations of Christianity alone?
I could easily believe that. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's more.
Yeah, so I guess the question would be, maybe this is a continuing fallacy, but the question would be, are they all the same religion? Are they all different religions? Are they similar? But like, I think the answer is it's not. It's an unanswerable question. Really. It depends on what you draw the boundary.
After that are the differences between them material when it comes to my salvation? So is the fact that I think the Eucharist actually cracker, that communion wafer that I pretend is the body of Christ, does that make a difference when I stand at the pearly gates? Because if it does, who the fuck's getting in? For any religion. Hinduism also, again, and Buddhism being very inclusive on that front. You can be a good, what is it? There are many paths to enlightenment. Buddhism is specifically right on this button, otherwise you're not getting.
Well, yeah. Without like through faith alone, and you need to have faith to have salvation. Is pretty exclusive, isn't it?
Yeah, renouncing other gods, following that first commandment.
Well, it's not even specifically. It's specifically that you believe that Christ rose again from death, etc., etc.
Because that was what's made me start questioning. When I was like, if I have to get the right one in order to get in, but there are so many, if there's 44,000 just of Christianity, sects, Hinduism, Buddhism, what's my probability of ever getting it right?
That's when you realize that that's not the name of the game. But some people just claim it is, but like we asked about the different sects of Christianity, the different sects are obviously just regional or different people's interpretations of this or that to go to heaven. Like you have to accept Jesus, you have to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and He died on the cross to go to heaven. That's just an interpretation that people carried on. But if you go back to even to Judaism that they're all based on, so.
But isn't it? I'm shaking on what it is, but does Judaism even have?
They don't have
I'm pretty sure they don't have hell.
They have like they have a place you go when you die, and that's
was under the impression Judaism,
but they don't.
pretty much all of it's just the dead are just basically asleep forever until like God resurrects them.
Fiery end times. You're dead until God comes back.
I don't even think it's really that either. It's been a while since I read into it. But Ryan, did you hear that the Russians accidentally hit the nuclear, one of the Europe's largest nuclear power plant with artillery? Well, I don't think they would do it on purpose because it would irradiate their own land too.
They're pretty cooked at the moment.
I don't think they're so. No, like I don't like the idea that they're being irrational is silly. Like they have rationale for all this. It doesn't justify. They have
in like amassing troops and tanks on a border and not giving them fuel.
I just think that was like them like bumbling and having like little to no preparation for this. I think they just fucked up the prep. I mean, I think in the end, Russia's probably going to win. They might not win the occupation, but they're going to win like the initial war. Like, I don't know why it's surprising either. Like Russia's line this time was always going to be like Ukraine joining NATO.
Sure, I just don't think that was their call to make. I get why they.
Oh yeah. It wasn't their call to make, but like foreign policy wise, yeah, it's totally understandable why they would not want Ukraine at all. Like it's their line in the sand in NATO. Not to say I do not support the invasion, but they have like it's not like tin pot dictator bullshit. It's like they have reason to do so.
Destiny made a good point on it though, where he's like NATO don't attack. That's like part of their thing.
Well, yeah, but there's like years of influence from there. Right?
NATO, right? But the main reason to therefore see them as a threat is if you plan on invading. Oh, well, I plan on invading them, and if they join NATO, that'd be really deadly. So I won't do that. Won't allow that.
I don't really like Destiny. He's a liberal. Also, I don't like some mistakes, but whatever.
You guys ever think that sometimes, like a lot of the political sort of jargon and propaganda that they put out there and trying to set all these sides against each other, do you think that they're actually kind of training you to take one of their sides and try to come up with a conclusion so that actually is going on is probably nothing that you're
No. This is just no. I think like by half of that, right? I think this is just liberal propaganda. Most of it's just like the liberal Republicans, Democrats, fucking capitalists trying to like push a new war. Like, don't buy anything like the Ukrainians or Russians are saying, or definitely don't believe anything the American media is saying, because the American media doesn't want you to like. They're gonna like retweet anything fucking Ukraine says. I mean, but food's definitely going to get more expensive. There's probably going to be a bunch of famines because, like, Ukraine and Russia produce like a huge portion of the world's wheat.
The world's what? You cut out.
Russia and Ukraine produce a huge portion of the world's supply.
The world's wheat.
I don't think all the wheat's coming from Ukraine.
Yeah, they're like some of the most productive farmlands in the
We don't need any wheat.
Breadbasket of Russia or Europe, and also a lot of uranium. Like, I think its resources are significant.
What a lot of like people are thinking what might happen is that they take the eastern part of Ukraine, like they'll just outright annex the eastern Ukraine, which has the majority of the old industrial heart, like a linchpin within like the Soviet Union's old industrial complexes. If they take that, Ukraine becomes the poorest country by GDP in Europe. They just become an agricultural nation, essentially. Kiev's probably, if anything changes within like, if anything doesn't change, that is within like the next day or so, like Kiev's gonna fall because they're gonna be modern cities don't have like food stockpiles that like more than like
Yeah, the average person in their house has
they're
like 3 days worth of food or something. It's probably worse. That's in like America. It might be worse. I don't know, better in this country. I don't know. Either way,
every
it's probably not
every
wrong.
like town or city essentially only has like 3 days worth of food because most of that shit's in like warehouses all over the world because of globalism. Like the logistics network gets disrupted, and like people are gonna fucking starve. Now they might have been stockpiling if they expected the invasion, but it doesn't look like it. So the city is probably going to starve in a few days. That is, if the Russians don't allow food. This is how they won Georgia, by the way. They did the same thing in Georgia. They starved.
Yeah, and they've got a history of starving people in those areas, even going back to the 1930s.
Oh, it's not like it's not. That's not the same thing. This is like siege.
I know it's not the same, but what I'm saying is that they seem to have a pattern of like successful strategies that work against these kind of
just a famine.
satellite.
Like it wasn't like a targeted attack.
Yeah, that was just communism doing what communism does, which is starve.
Like I know you want to, but like it's the Holodomor was just like this happened for like when the Soviet Union broke it. After the 40s, there was no more famines in like Russia or Ukraine.
As usual, communism rides in to save the day for everyone.
Oh yeah.
Stop there being cycles by just keeping it in.
Yeah.
Well, no, like Imperial Russia had like centuries of famine. Mostly because that was what Russia's, like the Russian Empire's export for the longest time was just grain. No, that's like, it's a major export now, but like the Russian Soviet Union became an industrial powerhouse. So when the Soviet Union fell, it just became a petrol state. It's an energy like exporter now. That's where they get most of their income.
But yeah, they're the people to ask about the refilling oil wells. Then learn Russian.
Oh yeah, they're an energy exporter. It's where most of the for Russia.
Yeah, they've got enormous oil reserves.
Not just that, it's natural gas. They have methane.
Yeah, they've basically got a ton of stuff on there. Have you guys been looking at the markets? The wheat in particular, as you were saying, wheat's gone up.
Oh yeah, a bunch of countries.
I can't remember the exact amount, but a lot.
Well, maybe not start, but there's going to be like there probably will be like famines and. Well, actually, yeah.
Don't you guys think, just regardless of what you think of Russia, if you think Russia are the bad guys or the good guys or whatever, don't you think it's a bit suspicious that Ukraine are putting out provably fake?
No, I just think that's just a propaganda war. They're doing a propaganda war with Russia. They're both like.
Oh no, I mean,
he was
more or less called it. Yeah. I was just saying, like, don't you think it's suspicious that they're putting out provably fake, like, sympathy?
No, I don't think it's like suspicious. It's expected because it's every time there's a war, Western aligned media and their Western aligned are going to like push out like. He slew like 20 fucking
today, this morning.
And the Russians are doing the same thing.
Named Leon.
This is just.
I saw this video this morning of some guy named Leon, British dude. He goes to like the Ukrainian embassy or something like that, and is volunteering. And then it comes out later that he's an actor. I'll post it.
Accepting volunteers, but most of the communists that I know, or at least like the NCOMs, there's an anarchist militia in Ukraine that are accepting volunteers, and they're probably going to start shooting the Ukrainian government too. But yeah, like, but if the West continues these like sanctions, economic collapse in Russia since the Soviet Union collapsed.
If only they were still communist, they would be immune to all this stuff.
Well, generally, yeah, like most economic collapse, well, modern capitalism works off primarily like the Keynesian. I can never say it. Keynesian. That's like capitalism goes through that.
Not sure I agree. I think that's how a reasonable person would accept that such a cycle can be compatible with consistent growth over time. Western governments, they think that you can grow endlessly.
Well, that's capitalism wants endless growth. That's part of the
but really, if it was more focused on actually doing what's good for people, then you would have controlled booms and controlled busts, and you would make those things happen. Like, you would almost grow endlessly, and that causes a lot more harm.
Marx wrote, literally, he wrote about that. I can't name. I think it was in Capital, but yeah. Also, crypto. You heard about the fucking artillery hitting the?
I have vaguely, but I didn't really look into it.
Yeah, apparently it's been confirmed. I don't know if but there is a fire in it right now. World's largest, well, not Europe's largest nuclear power plant.
Yeah, I think people don't realize quite how big Ukraine is. The biggest country in Europe, like by landmass.
Well, we are consider Russia.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Like, half of Russia is in Asia.
Or like even like the European half, which is west of the Ural.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, west.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. But it's like, you know, when you. So I would compare this to like when you're talking about world-class footballers. Messi and Ronaldo are just like too good, and so you don't even talk about them to people because it's almost like they're reachable. So if you're talking about like the largest nation in Europe, like Russia, I don't know, is it 6-7 times bigger than Ukraine? Maybe more. Like, it's absolutely enormous. Yeah, it's, you know.
Who do y'all think should win?
Russia, hands down.
Or who do I expect to win?
I think the Liberals will win.
Well, they're all fucking liberals.
That's why I said that.
Yeah. Russia's probably going to
already set up and planned out.
Well, if you think it's already been planned out, there's like no point in discussing it, or at least like expecting who's going to win, because, well, if it wasn't like all part of like the global conspiracy or whatever, like Russia will probably win the war, but it will probably lose the
occupation.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
It's probably going to be too expensive.
They don't intend to occupy.
No, so I think they're going to occupy the eastern part of Ukraine, which has those states that were already essentially.
They're not going to. They already recognize their independence.
No, they're going to be puppets like Belarus.
They're already allies.
Well,
Why would they need to make them puppets?
Well,
like the rebel leaders that he recognized as independent republics, they're allies. You know, that was part of the deal.
Yeah, there's actually a meeting in the, I think they're still meeting the Kremlin, don't they? There's a meeting with Putin, and he was actually grilling one of his minions on this. He was making sure that this was being assured before he even commenced the invasion.
Yeah.
Just for anyone claiming that gravity is the weakest force or the weakest force out of all the forces, I know in the universe where to go, where it's the strongest force, and it's gravity, and you don't have anything stronger.
Remember yesterday we said the same thing, Jeremy?
You mean a black hole?
And I told you it's
yes.
Hold on, sir. I told you it was contextual. Like each properties, the magnitude of them is going to determine the individual strength. So you can have many different scenarios where a specific gravitational force of some scenario is stronger than the electron. You could arbitrarily make those properties as large as you like, and make those forces stronger. That's not what when people ask that which force is stronger. They mean that given all the given their actual strength, the actual strength. Given
I had you until you lost me at the end.
Yeah, so
they said gravity is the weakest force on Earth.
No, that's what I mean though. It's not the weakest force on Earth.
So where is it the weakest force?
But no, in general. So when you have like electromagnetism, and you have in one instance you have the ratio between the charges multiplied together and the distance between them divided by the distance between them, and in gravity you have the masses multiplied together divided by the distance between them multiplied by some constant.
My bad.
In totality, you're speaking. In totality, gravity has the weakest kind of amount of force.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of what you're saying. Okay. But if everywhere are you saying that there are different forces that are always the weakest force? There isn't just one force that's weaker than it?
Is the weakest. But when you are applying a specific amount of or specific magnitude for the force, you're going to use the properties, for that specific situation, be as large or as little as those magnitudes are. So, it's not a question that you could have instances where gravity is stronger than electromagnetism whenever you're actually giving specific properties for each of them.
I don't
in general,
think you're justified in
hang on. What are you saying?
In separating the two. Hold up. Let me just get this out. So you're saying it no longer becomes the weakest force, but it's always a function of matter. So how are you kind of segregating it?
So what I said is it's the when you add the properties, so gravity, if you're doing the universe, and if you change the value of the distance between them to something really small, and you change the masses to things that are really large, you can end up with a really large force. That's just because you arbitrarily put those numbers in there. So they could be stronger than a specific amount of electromagnetism, but that's just because those are specific situations. In general, though, the force itself is much stronger. Electromagnetism.
Sure,
and in
but
the
each of
meantime,
these masses is composed of other matter, right? So you could take it down to the particle level. One particle will be look at it through different these different huge masses or what have you. It should apply on the quantum scale, right? So there's always going to be this.
Yeah, in that situation,
it's going to be a function of matter.
You have a thing where the distance between them is arbitrarily smaller, and you find when that happens, gravity is almost irrelevant because small enough to where the actual forces, like the force of the inverse relationship between the
That's the same with gravity.
even
As
though
you get farther away from the body, gravity is
yeah, no,
as well.
but I'm not saying further away. I'm saying when you get this small, when you get so small that the distance matters more than the mass, you see that gravity is much weaker than electromagnetism.
I don't think you're making sense.
Only in situations where the mass is enormous, we have enormous magnitudes for the mass, much more than that of the charge or whatever. It's going to be much stronger than other forces, like in a black hole, for example.
Is it an exponential relationship?
No, the mass, no. I mean, the distance, the distance has a inverse square law, but the
No, not the
mass
mass.
is
The gravitation of the masses is it exponential. Like the more matter you have, exponentially more gravity you have. Then why would you expect that it would be different from the more mass you're gonna have proportionally more gravity or gravitational pull?
It's not that it's different. It's just that the distance becomes more. It becomes more important than the masses, which is decreasing if you're getting to a smaller. That increases the magnitude of the force, and so if you compare electromagnetism and gravity at those scales, where the distances are decreasing for both, increasing both forces.
Well, let's forget about
electromagnetism
right now.
Much stronger.
We're talking about distance, but if you have, let's say you have one particle, right, and it's attracted to this ball of 10 particles, for instance, right? Now, let's say each particle is the size of a planet, or like the one particle is the moon, and then 10 particles. Like if it's all proportional, it's all to scale. It doesn't really matter.
What do you mean?
Right? My point is, it's just a function of the matter. If there's more matter, there's going to be more gravitation.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying.
But you
can arbitrarily increase.
But you were saying if you get
mass.
small enough, it doesn't matter. It's overpowered by.
No, I'm saying as you get smaller, the distancer and a comparison between
but not if it's the scale.
What do you mean?
If it's the scale, like you have these particles that are, like let's say it's 1,000 particle lengths away from this ball of 10 part, similar to it being 1,000 to 10. Now the planet is 1,000 times farther than the size of that planet, or 1,000 to 10. In that case, it would be 10 times.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because, like I said, the magnitude is going to decrease with distance. That's true. It's going to increase by
increase with
distance.
Mass, so it's a wash.
Yeah, but the distance is a squared function, whereas the mass is
so it's exponential. Then. Like
it's a squared function. That's what I'm saying. It's a squared function as you change that as you make that more paramount, because you're getting closer and closer, less and less, and you compare two different forces like electromagnetism and the charge, and or the distance in the charge and the masses in the distance.
So you're saying keep calling. Hold on. You can keep calling the weakest gravity the weakest force. However, it's literally
in what example? For these specific examples,
I can bring you to a place in the universe where there's the strongest force, the black hole, right? You can't bring me anywhere where there's a stronger force than that black
gravity. You're saying in totality, Jeremy, that gravity is weaker, but
I can. Well, in the meantime, I can bring you to the place where gravity is the strongest force, and you can't bring me anywhere that's stronger than that force of that black hole. So.
Yeah, but still in that argument, he could show you two magnets sticking together, and the magnetism
that yeah, there's specific examples where gravity is going to be stronger than electromagnetism. But that's because you're comparing, just talking about generalization.
That's why I said, but literally, it's gravity is a strong force.
Literally,
You can,
specifically in that case, the gravitation is stronger than in some other specific
in
case
reality,
of
right, in
electromagnetism.
your paradigm, I don't believe in this black hole business, but I'll play along. In your reality, there's a black hole, right? We can go there. It's a very strong force there. You can't bring me anywhere else where there is a stronger force in it. So it is literally
I think there are
the
stronger
strongest
forces
force
than that, dude.
than a black hole.
Yeah.
Where is it at?
Well, I mean, what about in a kilonova explosion?
What?
You just make that up? Huh?
No.
Well, I'm genuinely curious. That's why I asked you about the supernova earlier, because I want to know if one blew up inside a black hole with light.
As I told you,
Now, what's this kilowatt thing?
kilonova is like a very big supernova, but a supernovas are how black holes form. The light that enters into the event horizon of the black hole doesn't escape, but that's not to say the light that goes.
So if there's a kilonova goes off.
What force causes the kilonova?
Two black holes colliding is one example.
I thought it was just like the collapse of the star.
Yeah, that's supernova. Supernovas, yeah, they usually happen from collapses of stars. They sometimes can happen from colliding stars, but a kilonova specifically, which is much stronger than the stars colliding or two black holes colliding.
Okay, and what's the force that this kilonova causes? What force is stronger than the gravity?
I don't know. We have to.
A, it's
two
black
force.
Yeah, A, it's two black holes colliding, so it's.
This is the one that LIGO, yeah, that LIGO witnessed. That LIGO witnessed before it was seen, and then they.
Bro, my force is so strong it can stop light from escaping. Like you ain't got no force.
The kilonova force only happened because of the gravitation.
I know.
So basically, gravitation is the
It
kilonova
happened
force.
because these two objects were spinning towards each other at an enormous speed, and then
why were they orbiting
crashing towards each other at enormous. Because they were.
Say my name,
There you go.
Yeah, but the gravitational force.
Okay, let's go back to the the time. I mean, sorry, the distance being a square function and stuff like that. So if I have a planet which is 10 times to scale, everything's to scale. It's 10 times larger. Are you saying then that because it's literally like more distance in the one that's 10 times larger, more distance?
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah. But if you think about it, because you said that everything's scaled, including
everything, yeah, including the distance. But it's just literally more distance with the one that's 10 times larger. Obviously,
size is 2 and 3 for the mass, so let's make the distance 2. And then in the case, and that's also not include big G. Then and the divided by 2 squared divided by 4 is what, 1.5 in the case of that one. And then if you increase everything by 10, you 20 by 30, you get 600, and divide that by 400.
Yo, show your work, man.
Give me a second.
In the meantime, I'm still sitting on the biggest force in the universe, and that black holes, bitch. What's up now?
Man, shut up with that fake shit.
Bro, you have to work within their paradigm. I've got black holes. All right, I'm gonna use a black hole to fuck your whole shit up. strongest force in the universe, yet you call it the weakest force. It makes sense.
Isn't there
Motherfuckers do
something
everything
called the weak
ass
force?
backwards.
Gravity's weaker than the weak force?
Gravity's stronger. Gravity's stronger than gravity's weaker than the weak force.
Well, hold on. Let's okay. So let's first once again try to define things. All right. Pound for pound. All right. I believe gravity is weaker, but obviously you can.
Obviously, gravity, they're scared to say it. Even at that, it's weird. They're scared to say it. Tell me gravity is the strongest force in the universe. Say that sentence. They can't say it. They can't say it.
No. Because the other day I was talking about like the potential, and then Kosher didn't want to humor that, so I was like, okay, whatever. But yeah, the force itself obviously has a set, like acceleration, or whatever, a certain strength to it and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like if you could build up with, have more mass and whatnot, and then that gravity, the gravity that's being produced by that, object could overcome other forces. You know what I'm saying? But the gravity by itself, like pound for pound, really like
Valiant effort, Arma.
Because I get what Kosher is saying. Like obviously the force, by itself, like pound for pound.
So here's the question:
force, but
how large does the planet have to be, and how much distance does it have to be to the satellite stronger than the weak force?
What? The weak force is not. It's in that case, like in the situation you're describing. I don't know why the weak force would be relevant.
Where's the weak
You
force?
gotta bring up a situation where the weak force would be relevant. On this, let's say it's this, atomic level, subatomic.
Okay.
So when they're discussing whenever they're comparing the strength, what they're basically doing is they're using two protons, and if you have a proton, you can have the two protons have all four forces comparatively protons. Anyways, you can have two protons comparatively judging those four forces, which is
that's some fake shit.
That would work. And you compare them
How the
in
fuck did they measure the force within a proton?
You mean gravitationally, or they haven't?
Anyway.
The stupidest shit in the world, man.
Well, no, they measured it otherwise. But yeah, gravitationally, this also is like, well, no, they did measure it. They measured the mass of
No, they didn't.
So
they estimated it. When have they held an electron? It was absolutely motionless, where they moved at the same exact speed, so you were completely relative. It was relatively at rest that they can measure.
Had a charged particle in a so they had falling charged particles, or they had electrons charge measured in multiple directions or something like that, and so they're perpendicular and extracted mass from that.
That's not really mass, though. That you're just calculating mass based off of some equation that you're estimating.
Well, I mean, you're determining.
You're taking charge and taking mass
you're
from
saying how much.
But charge isn't mass.
Yeah, but its charge never changes, though. So if its charge changes, it's because of some other effect, and then you're just using whatever the difference is in that effect is.
All I'm saying is they're completely unjustified or unjustified to say that electrons have a rest. Same with photons. They say photons have zero rest mass. They've never once caught a photon at rest.
Yeah, so but that's not what they mean by rest mass. Like, or even with electron, like they're not claiming that they've ever had one at rest, and that's how they know it.
Yeah,
sometimes they use inference.
I'm saying they don't have enough enough evidence to say that this is, they don't just infer, they claim it based off of those inferences. You're right, they do claim it.
is when they made the same inference.
Hold up. Light is
they
energy,
found it to
right?
be they found it problematic. Then
What's charge?
Sure, yeah. It's a property of it's a property
not
of,
energy?
It's a quantum property. I wouldn't call it energy.
Charge, electric, something that has electric
You
charge.
call it potential energy in the case that there's uneven, there are differences in charges and stuff, but the charge by itself, it's just like mass. It's like a property of.
No, but something that has